Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil journey of imagination. As you prepare for a wonderful start to your upcoming day, I invite you to cozy up and let the gentle narration take you away. Relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, and tonight's stories will transport you to magical and peaceful places. Let go of your worries, embrace this moment, and find comfort in the serenity that awaits. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled between rolling, verdant hills, there lived a young fox named Ember. The village was a tapestry of quaint cottages, their thatched roofs peeking out from behind a curtain of lush ivy, while cobblestone paths wound through gardens bursting with the colors of seasonal blooms. The air was crisp and tinged with the scent of pine and earth, a reminder of the forest that cradled the village like a protective arm. Ember was a curious and kind-hearted creature, her russet fur blending harmoniously with the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. She often found herself grappling with the changes that life brought her way, each season an unpredictable dance of beauty and challenge. Her heart was a curious mix of courage and uncertainty, always seeking the next adventure, yet hesitant about the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast its golden glow across the landscape, Ember awoke to find that her fur had taken on a shimmering golden hue. At first, she was alarmed by this sudden transformation. Her reflection in the still waters of a nearby pond showed a fox that was both familiar and mysteriously changed, her coat glistening like the first light of dawn. But as the day wore on, she noticed other peculiar things happening around her. The fallen leaves seemed to swirl and dance in the breeze, their colors more vibrant than ever before, as though painted by an unseen artist's hand. The nearby stream sparkled with an otherworldly radiance, its waters whispering secrets of ancient magic as they flowed over smooth stones. Ember felt a strange, tingling sensation deep within her, as if something magical was stirring to life, awakening from a deep slumber. Unsure of what to make of these strange occurrences, Ember sought the guidance of her wise friend, Willow the owl. Willow resided in the oldest oak tree in the forest, its gnarled branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. The tree was a library of stories, each ring in its trunk a chapter of wisdom. Willow, with her feathers a tapestry of grays and whites, listened patiently as Ember recounted her experiences, her golden eyes reflecting the warmth of understanding. "My dear Ember," Willow began in her gentle, soothing voice that seemed to carry the wisdom of the ages, "what you are experiencing is not something to fear, but rather a wondrous journey of personal growth. The golden fur, the dancing leaves, the shimmering stream, these are all outward manifestations of the magic that resides within you, waiting to be discovered and embraced." Ember felt a sense of wonder and trepidation all at once. "But how can I embrace this magic when I don't understand it?" she asked, her voice a soft echo in the cool, tranquil air. Willow hooted softly, the sound like a lullaby in the quiet forest. "The key is to trust in yourself and the process of transformation. Allow the magic to guide you, and be open to the lessons it has to offer." With Willow's words of wisdom echoing in her mind, Ember set out to explore this newfound magic that enveloped her world. As she wandered through the forest, the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets played in the background, and the scent of moss and wildflowers filled the air. Along the way, she encountered other woodland creatures who had also been touched by the same enchantment. There was Milo, the mischievous rabbit, whose boundless energy now allowed him to leap incredible distances, his laughter trailing like music in his wake. His eyes sparkled with mischief, and he taught Ember the art of seeing the world through a lens of wonder and playfulness. Together, they bounded through the forest, their laughter echoing like a melody woven into the fabric of nature. Then there was Arya, the songbird, whose melodies could soothe even the most troubled of hearts. Her songs were a balm to the soul, each note a testament to the healing power of music. She reminded Ember of the simple joys that could be found in the smallest of moments, like the first blush of dawn or the gentle patter of rain on leaves. As Ember delved deeper into the forest, she came upon a hidden grove, a place she had never seen before, despite her many wanderings. The grove was a circle of ancient trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their canopies forming a natural dome that filtered the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that Ember met the mysterious fox, Solstice. Solstice was an enigmatic figure. His coat was a deep shade of midnight blue that seemed to shimmer with the stars themselves. His eyes held the depth of the night sky, full of stories and secrets untold. Solstice spoke in a voice that was both soothing and commanding. Ember, you have been chosen to awaken the magic that lies dormant in this forest. It is a gift, not just for you, but for all who dwell here. But why me? Ember questioned, her voice tinged with both awe and doubt. Because, Solstice replied with a gentle smile, your heart is open, and you see the world not just as it is, but as it could be. This magic needs a guardian, someone who can nurture it with kindness and courage. Together they embarked on a journey of self-discovery, embracing the magic that flowed through them and learning valuable lessons along the way. Ember learned that change, though often daunting, can be a beautiful and empowering experience. She discovered that true strength lies not in resisting transformation, but in adapting and growing with it. In the heart of the forest, Ember and Solstice stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, its surface intricately carved with symbols and patterns of forgotten times. Here, Solstice demonstrated the delicate art of weaving magic into the fabric of reality, showing Ember how to channel her inner light to illuminate the world around her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Solstice shared a story of the forest's origins. He spoke of a time when the world was young and magic flowed freely, binding all creatures in the land in harmonious unity. The forest, he explained, was once a beacon of this ancient magic, and it was now Ember's destiny to rekindle this luminous past. Ember's heart swelled with purpose. The realization that she was part of something much larger than herself filled her with both pride and humility. She understood that her journey was not just about discovering her own magic, but reviving the enchantment of the forest for future generations. As the seasons changed and the magic continued to weave its tapestry, Ember found herself evolving in ways she never could have imagined. Her golden fur shimmered with a radiance that reflected her inner light, and her eyes sparkled with a newfound wisdom and confidence. The forest itself seemed to respond to her transformation, its colors more vibrant, its sounds more harmonious. On a crisp winter evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Ember gathered her woodland friends around a crackling fire. The flames danced like old friends, casting a warm glow that flickered against the darkening sky. With a grateful heart, she shared the lessons she had learned, and they celebrated the beauty of personal growth and the magic that had brought them all together. Amidst the warmth of the fire, Milo, now a little wiser himself, shared his newfound ability to sense the heartbeat of the forest. He could feel its pulse in the earth beneath his feet, a rhythmic reminder of their connection to the land. Arya, in turn, sang a song of renewal, her voice weaving through the air like a gentle breeze, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Ember and Solstice continued to explore the depths of the forest's magic. They discovered hidden groves and ancient springs, each place holding its own unique charm and secrets. Together they planted seeds of enchantment, nurturing the forest's magic and ensuring its legacy for the creatures yet to come. From that day forward, Ember embraced every change and transformation that life brought her way, knowing that within each challenge lay the opportunity for growth, magic, and self-discovery. The village, nestled between those rolling hills, became a place of stories and dreams, where the magic of the forest touched every heart and whispered of the wonders that lay just beyond the horizon. The world around them was ever-changing, yet in its heart lay the constant promise of magic, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek it. Story 2. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between towering evergreens and beside the gentle babble of a silver stream, lay the quaint village of Starleaf Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to a charming mix of humans and magical creatures who lived together in harmony. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the sound of soft giggles from the pixies who flitted about, sprinkling their shimmering dust like stars falling from the sky. The village was a tapestry of vibrant life, each thread woven with care and tradition. The cobblestone paths were worn smooth by generations of footsteps, leading to cottages adorned with ivy and flower boxes bursting with color. The villagers greeted each other with warm smiles, their faces lit by the soft glow of lanterns that lined the streets, casting a golden hue in the early morning light. In this peaceful haven, the days were filled with the gentle hum of life, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the soft clucking of hens in the yards, and the occasional melodious song of a lark. But one crisp autumn morning, an unusual hush fell over Starleaf Hollow. The villagers awoke to find their beloved stream had stopped flowing, its waters frozen in place like a painting in time. The wise old owl named Professor Hoot was the first to notice. He peered down from his perch high in the ancient oak, his large amber eyes blinking in surprise. "Oh my, this is peculiar," he hooted softly to himself, his feathers ruffling in the cool morning breeze. His mind, usually a wellspring of knowledge, felt a rare tug of uncertainty. Professor Hoot, known for his vast collection of arcane scrolls stored in a hollowed-out tree trunk, had always been a beacon of wisdom for Starleaf Hollow. His curiosity was piqued, and he set about reviewing ancient texts and deciphering cryptic runes that spoke of times when nature's balance was disturbed. Word of the frozen stream spread quickly through the village, carried on the whispers of the wind. The baker paused his kneading, the blacksmith set down his hammer, and even the mischievous squirrels stopped their chasing to gather by the stream's edge, pondering the mystery. Their faces mirrored concern, a shared unease, knitting them closer together. In the midst of this, a young girl named Mabel, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes bright as the summer sky, stepped forward. She had always been known for her curious nature and quick wit, traits that often led her to the most unexpected corners of her world. Mabel knelt by the stream, her fingers brushing lightly against the icy surface. "This is not the work of winter," she murmured, noting the warm sun overhead and the absence of any chill in the air. Her mind buzzed with possibilities, a puzzle unfolding before her. Mabel was not just a curious child. She was also a natural storyteller, having inherited her grandmother's gift for weaving tales. Often she'd gather the village children under the great willow tree, recounting stories that danced between the realms of reality and fantasy. It was this imaginative spirit that fueled her determination to uncover the stream's mystery. Beside her, a small group of friends gathered, a gentle rabbit named Thistle, with fur soft as the clouds, a wise old tortoise called Humphrey, whose shell was etched with the tales of time, and a mischievous sprite named Willow, whose laughter could light up the darkest night. Together, they formed an unlikely band of detectives, determined to solve the mystery of the frozen stream. Before setting off, Mabel paused, her gaze drifting to the little cottage on the edge of the village where her grandmother, known for her storytelling, lived. Mabel often spent afternoons by the hearth, listening to tales of old, where the line between myth and truth blurred like mist over the hills. Perhaps, she considered, there was wisdom in those stories that might guide them now. Mabel and her friends set off into the woods, guided by the light of sun filtering through the leaves like a cascade of golden coins. Their first stop was the home of Elder Fern, an ancient dryad with skin like bark and eyes deep as the forest itself. "Ah, young ones," she greeted, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "You seek answers, do you not?" Mabel nodded. "The stream has stopped, Elder Fern. We hope you might know why." The dryad closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest. "There is a tale," she said softly, "of a time when the heart of the forest grows weary. It is then that the water spirits retreat, seeking solitude to renew their strength." Mabel considered this, her mind racing. "Then we must find the water spirits," she decided. "Perhaps they can tell us more." Guided by Elder Fern's wisdom, the group ventured deeper into the woods. They followed the path of the stream, now just a ribbon of frost weaving through the trees. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang songs of encouragement, and the wind danced through the leaves, urging them onward. The air grew cooler as they approached a part of the woods that felt untouched by time. Here the trees stood taller, their branches interwoven like the fingers of old friends, sharing secrets in the breeze. Mabel felt a sense of awe, recognizing that they were entering a sacred space. As they ventured further, Mabel recalled a story her grandmother once told about the ancient guardian of the forest, a mythical creature said to slumber beneath the roots of the oldest tree. Legend spoke of its eyes opening only when the forest was in dire need. The tale was a favorite of Mabel's, one she often recounted with her own embellishments, but now she wondered if there was more truth to it than fiction. Their journey led them to a glade where the fireflies danced at twilight. It was a place Mabel often went to clear her mind and find inspiration for her stories. There, under the gentle light of 1,000 fireflies, Mabel shared a story of courage and friendship, reminding her companions of the strength they held together. This moment, a pause in their quest, deepened their resolve and connection, a silent promise to see their adventure through. As they left the glade, Mabel noticed a peculiar flower blooming alone, its petals shimmering with an iridescent glow. She gently plucked it, sensing its significance, and tucked it behind her ear, feeling a surge of hope and purpose. Finally, at the heart of the woods, they came upon a hidden glade. It was a place of serenity, where the grass was as soft as velvet and the air shimmered with a gentle blue luminescence. There, in the center, stood a fountain of crystal-clear water, untouched by the mysterious freeze. From this fountain emerged the water spirits, ethereal beings of light and grace, their forms flowing like liquid silver. The leader among them, a spirit named Lyra, regarded the group with eyes as deep as the ocean. "Why have you come, seekers of truth?" she asked, her voice like the gentle ripple of a stream. Mabel stepped forward, her voice steady and kind. "We wish to understand why the stream has stopped flowing, and if there is any way we might help." Lyra smiled, a gentle glow emanating from her. "The heart of the forest indeed grows weary," she explained, "but it is not beyond repair. A song of renewal is needed, a melody to awaken the spirit of the woods." A song. Thistle's ears perked up in curiosity. "How do we find such a song?" Lyra gestured to the forest around them. "The song is within each of you," she said softly. "It is the harmony of your friendship, the kindness in your hearts, and the courage to seek what is right." Understanding dawned on Mabel and her friends. They joined hands, forming a circle around the fountain. With eyes closed, they listened to the rhythm of the forest, the rustling leaves, the whispering wind, and the distant call of a nightingale. As they began to hum, a melody emerged, rising and falling like the gentle waves of the sea. The forest responded, its energy weaving with their song. The air shimmered, and a warm breeze swept through the glade, carrying the melody far and wide. Slowly, the ice in the stream began to melt, its waters flowing once more with a joyful gurgle. Lyra and the water spirits watched with smiles of approval, their forms glowing brighter. "You have done well," Lyra said, her voice a gentle caress. "The heart of the forest is renewed, thanks to your song." Filled with warmth and gratitude, Mabel and her friends made their way back to Starleaf Hollow. As they emerged from the woods, the village welcomed them with open arms, their hearts lightened by the return of their beloved stream. That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and gold, the villagers gathered by the stream to celebrate. Mabel and her friends shared stories of their adventure, their laughter echoing through the night like a lullaby. And as the stars twinkled above, the village of Starleaf Hollow settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle murmur of the stream, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the magic that lives within every kind heart. The villagers, inspired by Mabel's journey, began a tradition of gathering at the stream each year to honor the forest, singing their own songs of renewal, ensuring that the heart of the woods would never again grow weary. Story 3. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst lush emerald forests and gently rolling hills, there stood a small, unassuming cottage with a roof of thatched straw and walls of warm, weathered stone. It was in this cozy abode that a young girl named Amara lived with her grandmother. Amara was a curious and thoughtful child, her heart as open as the sky at dawn, and her spirit as gentle as a soft summer breeze. The village itself was a tapestry of colors and sounds. The cobblestone paths wound between quaint houses with flower-filled window boxes, and the air was often filled with the cheerful chatter of villagers greeting one another. The scent of freshly baked bread from the local bakery mingled with the earthy aroma of the surrounding forest, creating a sense of warmth and belonging. The villagers, clad in garments reflecting every hue of the seasonal palette, moved about with the ease of a community that knew each other as intimately as family. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a vibrant cascade of gold and russet, Amara discovered something peculiar. Tucked away in a dusty corner of her grandmother's attic, amidst old trunks and faded quilts, was a delicate wooden box. Its surface was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight filtering through the attic window. The scent of aged wood and forgotten memories lingered in the cool, still air, wrapping the attic in a cloak of mystery. Feeling a thrill of curiosity, Amara lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a small, ornate key. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, with its handle shaped like a blooming flower and its metal glinting with a mysterious inner light. As she held it, a tingling sensation spread through her fingers, and she felt a strange, comforting warmth in her chest. Her grandmother, a wise and kind-hearted woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, found Amara gazing at the key. Her hands were always busy, whether knitting by the fireside or tending to her garden, but she paused now, sensing the significance of Amara's discovery. "Ah, you found the key of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It's been in our family for generations. They say it unlocks the secrets of the heart." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Amara decided to seek out the village storyteller, Old Bert, who was known for his vast knowledge of local legends. His cottage was nestled at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden bursting with fragrant herbs and colorful blooms. Lavender and rosemary scented the air, mingling with the sweet notes of honeysuckle, creating an aromatic symphony that made Amara's heart feel light. Old Bert, with his bushy white beard and eyes that sparkled with a lifetime of tales, welcomed Amara warmly. He was a man of many stories, each wrinkle on his face a testament to the adventures he had lived and shared. "The key of whispers, you say?" he mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "It's a rare gift, young one. They say it can reveal the truth of one's own heart, but only if you listen closely and follow where it leads." With this cryptic advice, Amara set out on a journey. Not a journey of miles, but a journey inward. She carried the key with her everywhere, pondering its meaning as she went about her daily tasks, tending the garden and weaving tapestries with her grandmother. The tapestry threads, vibrant and varied, mirrored the complexities of life, each knot a lesson learned, each hue a memory cherished. One day, while walking through the sun-dappled woods near her home, Amara encountered a small, peculiar creature. It was a fox, but unlike any fox she had seen before. Its fur was a deep, velvety blue, and its eyes glimmered with an ancient wisdom. Despite its unusual appearance, Amara felt no fear. Instead, she sensed a kindred spirit. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Feeling a strange sense of trust, Amara did so, the key clutched tightly in her hand. They walked through the forest, the air filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves. The path was soft underfoot, the earth rich and welcoming, a tapestry of nature's own weaving. Eventually, they arrived at a serene glade, where a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones. It was here, in this tranquil setting, that the fox spoke, not with words, but with a voice that resonated in Amara's mind like the softest of whispers. "The key you hold is not just a tool, but a guide. It will help you find the answers you seek within yourself." Amara sat by the stream, the soothing sound of the water calming her thoughts. She closed her eyes, focusing on the key's warmth in her hand. In that moment of stillness, she began to understand. The key was a reminder to listen to her own heart, to trust her instincts, and to find courage in her kindness. As she sat there, she remembered the stories her grandmother told by the hearth, tales of bravery and wisdom, each story a thread in the fabric of her life. She realized that the key's magic was not in unlocking doors, but in unlocking the potential within her own heart. The fox, as if sensing her revelation, gave a nod of approval before disappearing into the forest, leaving behind a faint scent of wildflowers. Amara's journey with the key had awakened a newfound curiosity about the world beyond her village. She began exploring the outskirts of Willow, discovering hidden nooks in the forest, each with its own story. She found an ancient oak, its branches twisted and gnarled, whispering secrets of the past. She sat beneath its canopy, feeling the pulse of life in its roots, learning to listen to the silent language of nature. Through these explorations, Amara's understanding of herself deepened. She learned to see the interconnectedness of all things, the way the stream fed the trees sheltered creatures, and the creatures nurtured the earth. Her heart grew in compassion, and with it, her desire to help others discover their own keys of whispers. With newfound clarity, Amara returned to her village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She began to notice the small wonders around her, the way the sunlight danced through the trees, the laughter of children playing in the fields, the gentle wisdom in her grandmother's stories. She learned to approach challenges with patience and understanding, using the wisdom she had discovered within herself. As the seasons turned, Amara found herself drawn to the village square, where the townsfolk gathered every market day. She began sharing her insights with those who would listen, weaving tales of the key's lessons into small acts of kindness and advice. One day she noticed a young boy, Peter, sitting alone on the fountain's edge, his face a mask of worry. Amara learned of his fears about an upcoming journey to a distant town, a journey that mirrored her own inward exploration. With the key in her hand, she shared its warmth with him, encouraging Peter to trust in his own strength and courage. "The key," she said, "is a reminder that you already possess what you need inside." Peter, inspired by Amara's words, set off on his journey. Weeks later, he returned with tales of adventure and newfound confidence, his eyes shining with the same light Amara had discovered within herself. Word of her wisdom began to spread, and soon villagers and travelers alike sought her counsel. Her influence spread beyond Willowbrook. Travelers who passed through the village carried tales of the girl with the magical key, spreading Amara's lessons of kindness and introspection to distant lands. Thus, the tale of the magical key and the journey of discovery it inspired became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. Amara's legacy lived on, a testament to the power of inner wisdom and the beauty of a kind and open heart. And as the village folk gathered by the fireside on long winter nights, they would tell and retell her story, their voices weaving a tapestry of warmth and wonder that cradled the village in a gentle embrace of love and light. They knew that in every heart, a key of whispers lay waiting to be found, ready to unlock the truths that lay quietly within. One winter's night, as the fire crackled warmly in their cottage, Amara's grandmother shared a new story about the key's origins. It began with an ancestor who, during a stormy night, had sheltered a mysterious traveler. This traveler, grateful for the kindness, had bestowed the key as a token of gratitude, leaving behind a diary filled with wisdom that had guided their family through generations. This revelation deepened Amara's understanding of the key, making her realize that its power was not only personal, but also a bridge connecting past, present, and future. Inspired by this tale, Amara began recording her own journey in a journal, hoping that future generations would find guidance and inspiration in her words. She meticulously noted her adventures, insights, and the lessons she learned from the villagers, the forest, and her beloved grandmother. Each page was a testament to her growth and the enduring magic of the key. As the years passed, Amara grew into a wise woman herself, her hair silver like moonlight, her eyes still bright with curiosity and kindness. She continued to nurture the village with her stories and wisdom, her legacy interwoven with the very fabric of Willowbrook. Her journal became a cherished treasure, read by many, its pages a beacon of hope and understanding. And so the story of Amara and the Key of Whispers lived on, a timeless reminder of the power of love, kindness, and the journey within. In every heart, a key of whispers awaited discovery, ready to unlock the deepest truths and guide each soul toward its unique destiny. Yet, as Amara reflected on her life, she realized there was still one key she had not explored, the key to the stories of others. She began to gather tales from the villagers, each story a new thread in the tapestry of Willowbrook. She learned of Jenna, the baker, who had once traveled the world to perfect her craft, and of Tom, the blacksmith, whose gentle heart belied the strength of his hands. Through these narratives, Amara discovered the profound impact of listening, of truly hearing the stories that each person carried. The village, once a backdrop to her own tale, became a living, breathing entity, rich with histories and dreams. Amara's heart expanded with each story, her understanding of the key deepening with the realization that it was not just about unlocking her own heart, but also about opening herself to the hearts of others. Her home became a sanctuary of stories, a place where villagers gathered to share their joys and sorrows, their hopes and fears. Amara's gift was her ability to weave these stories together, creating a tapestry of shared human experience that brought the village even closer. In time, Amara's legacy became intertwined with the stories of others, a testament to the power of community and the magic of shared wisdom. Her journal, filled with tales of courage, kindness, and connection, was passed down through generations, a guiding light for those who sought to find their own key of whispers. And so the story of Amara and the Key of Whispers continued to unfold, a living testament to the enduring power of love, kindness, and the stories that connect us all. In Willowbrook and beyond, the legend of the key lived on, an eternal reminder that within every heart lies the potential for greatness, waiting to be unlocked through the simple act of listening. Story 4. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's rays danced through the canopy like golden ribbons, there lay a realm hidden from the eyes of the hurried world. This was a place where the rustle of leaves whispered secrets older than time, and the air was fragrant with the sweet scent of pine and earth. Here, the forest breathed in harmony, each creature playing its part in the grand symphony of life. The forest itself was a tapestry of life, woven with the vibrant threads of various creatures and plants. Towering oaks stretched their limbs skyward, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. Beneath them, ferns unfurled their delicate fronds, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the forest floor, like nature's own stained glass. The air was alive with the hum of bees, the chirp of crickets, and the melodious songs of birds flitting from branch to branch. Amidst this verdant expanse, there was a gentle fox named Finn. His coat was as soft and russet as autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with a wise, gentle light. Finn lived near the edge of a clear, babbling brook that sang a tinkling melody as it wound its way through the forest. It was a melody that changed with the seasons, a song of life and renewal. Finn was known as the keeper of harmony within the forest. His days were spent ensuring that balance was maintained, that every creature had what it needed, and that no one took more than their share. With each step, his soft paws barely kissed the earth, leaving no mark upon the dew-kissed grass. Finn was beloved by all, from the smallest ant to the grandest stag, for his fairness and gentle wisdom. Finn's understanding of the forest was profound, a knowledge passed down through the generations of foxes who had come before him. He knew which plants thrived in the shade and which needed the full embrace of the sun. He understood the language of the birds, the meaning behind the ants' precise trails, and the subtle signals exchanged by the deer as they grazed. This intimate connection with the forest allowed Finn to mediate disputes and guide the creatures toward cooperation and balance. As the seasons turned, the forest shifted and breathed with the changes. Spring brought a burst of color and life, with blossoms that painted the landscape in hues of pinks and purples. Summer followed, saturating the air with warmth and the heady scent of wildflowers. Autumn draped the forest in a cloak of amber and gold, while winter blanketed it in a serene, snowy silence. It was during one such winter that a peculiar event unfolded. The snow had just begun to fall, each flake a tiny miracle of nature, descending from the heavens in a gentle dance. Finn, curled up in his cozy den, was startled awake by a sound unlike any he had heard before, a soft, melodious chime, as if the snow itself was singing. Curiosity piqued, Finn ventured out into the crisp air, his breath a misty puff in the chill. The snow crunched under his paws like the softest of whispers as he made his way toward the clearing by the brook. It was there that he found a gathering of creatures, all gazing skyward in wonder. There, amidst the swirling snowflakes, a shimmering aurora unfurled across the sky, its colors weaving through the air like a cosmic tapestry. At the center of this display floated a being of light and frost, a spirit of the winter, her form delicate and ephemeral. Her presence filled the space with a serene, luminous glow, and the air hummed with a gentle energy that resonated with the very heart of the forest. Welcome, Finn, the spirit spoke, her voice a soft whisper that caressed the ears like a lullaby. I am Nivea, guardian of the seasons. I come to share with you the wisdom that has been passed down through the ages. Finn bowed his head respectfully, his heart swelling with both humility and gratitude. What wisdom do you bring, dear Nivea? Nivea smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. The forest thrives because of the balance it maintains. Each season has its purpose, each creature its role. It is this balance that sustains us all. But there is a harmony even greater, one that binds the earth, the sky, and the hearts of all living things. As she spoke, the aurora intensified, its colors deepening and swirling in a mesmerizing dance. The creatures gathered around felt a warm, comforting presence envelop them, as if they were being wrapped in a soft, loving embrace. The bond of friendship and respect, Nivea continued, is what truly binds us. It is a force that transcends the changing seasons, a light that guides us through even the darkest of times. Remember this, Finn, and share it with all who dwell in this forest. With her final words, Nivea began to dissolve into the night, her light mingling with the aurora until both faded into the starry sky. The creatures stood in awe, the warmth of her presence lingering in their hearts long after she had gone. Finn returned to his den, his heart filled with a newfound understanding. The wisdom Nivea had imparted was a simple yet profound truth, a reminder that the strength of the forest lay not only in its diversity and balance, but in the friendship and respect that wove them together. As winter slowly gave way to the tender buds of spring, Finn shared Nivea's wisdom with all who would listen. He visited the burrows of rabbits, the nests of birds, and even the secretive dens of the forest's night creatures. Each time he spoke of the harmony born from friendship and respect, weaving tales of the aurora and Nivea's gentle counsel. One day, as Finn was sharing stories by the brook, he noticed a young squirrel named Sarah listening intently. Her eyes were wide with wonder, and she seemed to drink in every word. After the gathering dispersed, Sarah approached Finn, her voice a whisper of excitement. "Finn," she began, her voice trembling slightly, "I want to help. I want to make sure the forest stays as beautiful as it is now. What can I do?" Finn looked at her with kind eyes, recognizing in Sarah the spark of a deep desire to make a difference. "Sarah," he said gently, "every creature, no matter how small, has a role to play. You can start by being mindful of those around you, offering help when needed, and sharing the wisdom of harmony with others." Thus inspired, Sarah began her own journey of fostering friendship and respect among the creatures of the forest. She became known for organizing gatherings where animals could share their stories, their laughter, and their concerns. Through these gatherings, bonds were strengthened and new friendships blossomed, enriching the tapestry of life within the forest. Sarah's gatherings became a cherished tradition, a celebration of the forest's unity. As Finn watched her grow into her role, he admired her boundless energy and the way she effortlessly connected with others. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and it wasn't long before creatures from distant parts of the forest began attending these gatherings, drawn by the tales of harmony and cooperation. One summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, Finn found himself wandering deeper into the forest than he had in years. The cool breeze whispered secrets through the tall grass, carrying with it the scent of distant rain. As he walked, he stumbled upon a grove of ancient trees, their bark gnarled and twisted with the wisdom of centuries. Here in this secluded haven, he met an owl named Orin, whose feathers shone like silver under the moonlight. Orin was a sage, keeper of the forest's history, and his eyes held the stories of ages past. "Finn," Orin hooted softly, "I have watched you guide this forest with grace. But there is something you must know. There are places beyond our forest, where harmony is but a distant dream." Finn listened intently, his heart heavy with the knowledge that not all places shared the peace of his beloved forest. Orin spoke of distant lands where the balance was disrupted, where the whispers of nature went unheard amidst the clamor of progress. "Perhaps, Finn," Orin suggested, "it is time to extend your wisdom beyond our borders. There are creatures out there who could learn from the harmony we have nurtured here." The idea planted a seed within Finn's heart, one that would eventually grow into a resolve to share the lessons of friendship and respect with the wider world. This new purpose filled him with a sense of both excitement and responsibility. And so, as the ancient forest continued to flourish, a new chapter began. With Sarah by his side and Orin's counsel in his heart, Finn embarked on a journey beyond the forest's edge, carrying with him the hope that the harmony they had nurtured could inspire others to find their own path to balance and peace. Deep in the heart of the forest, where the songs of the brook played endlessly and the scent of pine mingled with the whispers of the wind, Finn sat by the water's edge, reflecting on the journey that had brought them to this moment. His eyes, still sparkling with gentle wisdom, turned to the sky where the first stars began to twinkle, and he knew that the spirit of Nevaeh watched over them, smiling upon the harmony they had nurtured together. Finn and Sarah journeyed through landscapes that were foreign yet familiar. They encountered bustling meadows where the flowers were tightly packed and competitive for sunlight, and valleys where streams had been altered by beavers into sprawling wetlands. Each new environment presented its own unique symphony, often lacking the harmony Finn knew so well. In one such place, they met a wise tortoise named Tullius, who shared tales of a once vibrant marshland now parched and silent, its harmony broken by a drought. Tullius had lived through the transformation, watching helplessly as the balance was tipped and the creatures dispersed in search of more hospitable homes. Finn listened, his heart aching with empathy. Tullius, perhaps if we share the wisdom of our forest, we can help restore balance here as well. Tullius nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting both the weight of his years and a glimmer of hope. It will not be easy, but change rarely is. We must remind the creatures here of the bonds that tie them together. And so, with Finn's gentle guidance and Sarah's infectious enthusiasm, they began to weave the threads of harmony once more. They encouraged cooperation among the creatures, fostered respect for the land, and rekindled the connections that had been lost. Slowly, life began to return to the marshland, each creature finding its place in the renewed balance. Their efforts bore fruit, as vibrant green shoots began to push through the cracked earth, and the air filled once more with the chatter of creatures and the buzz of insects. Finn and Sarah's journey taught them that harmony was not a gift, but a task to be continuously nurtured and cherished. As they prepared to journey back to their own forest, Finn felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing they had planted seeds of harmony that would continue to grow long after they had gone. He looked at Sarah, pride swelling in his chest as he saw the spark of a leader in her youthful eyes. "We have much to share with our friends back home," Finn said, his voice filled with warmth. "But there are also many lessons we have learned here that will make our forest even stronger." And with that, Finn and Sarah turned toward the rising sun, their steps light with the knowledge that they had made a difference, not just in their own lives, but in the lives of countless others. Together, they embarked on the path home, ready to continue the story of harmony that had begun so long ago. As they neared the borders of their beloved forest, Finn and Sarah were greeted by a chorus of familiar sounds: the rustle of leaves, the gentle babbling of the brook, and the chirping of crickets. It was as if the forest itself was welcoming them back, eager to hear of their adventures and the wisdom they had gathered. Upon their return, Finn and Sarah called for a gathering at the great meadow where the forest creatures often assembled. The air buzzed with anticipation as animals of all shapes and sizes came forth, their eyes wide with curiosity. Standing before them, Finn shared tales of distant lands and the challenges they faced. He spoke of the marshland's rejuvenation, of the creatures' renewed bonds, and the importance of nurturing harmony within their own forest. Sarah added her own stories, her voice ringing clear and bright, inspiring those gathered with her youthful energy and passion. Their words wove a tapestry of hope and unity, and the creatures listened, their hearts swelling with pride and determination. They vowed to carry forward the lessons Finn and Sarah had brought back, to strengthen the friendships within their community, and to ensure that their forest would always be a beacon of harmony. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the forest echoed with the sounds of celebration. Laughter and song filled the air as creatures mingled, sharing food and stories, their spirits lifted by the promise of a brighter future. Finn watched the scene unfold, his heart full of contentment. He knew that the journey they had embarked upon was just the beginning, and that the seeds of harmony they had planted would continue to grow and flourish, not only within their forest, but in the hearts of all who had heard their tale. In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle hum of the forest enveloped them, Finn felt a profound sense of peace. He turned to Sarah, seeing in her eyes the same spark that had first inspired him to step beyond the forest's edge. "Thank you, Sarah," he said softly, "for journeying with me and for believing in the power of harmony." Sarah smiled, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Finn, for showing me the way and for reminding us all of the beauty that lies in friendship and respect." Together, they sat beneath the starlit sky, their hearts united in the knowledge that they had made a difference, and that their story of harmony would continue to echo through the ages, a testament to the power of friendship, respect, and the enduring bonds that tie us all together. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cozy little cottage with a thatched roof and windows that twinkled like the eyes of someone keeping delightful secrets. The cottage, with its honeyed hues and ivy-clad walls, exuded an inviting warmth, as if it held the very essence of home within its sturdy beams. Inside this cottage lived a gentle woman named Miriam, whose presence was as soothing as the fragrance of lavender that lingered in the air. Her heart was as warm as the bread she baked every morning, with its crusty exterior giving way to a soft, tender crumb that filled the village square with its mouth-watering aroma. Miriam was known for her kindness and the way she listened to the stories of the wind, her eyes often gazing into the distance as if conversing with unseen friends. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun cast a golden glow over the landscape and leaves danced in a whirl of crimson and amber, Miriam felt a stirring in her heart, a call to uncover the secrets that lay hidden in the shadows of her attic. The air was rich with the scent of cinnamon and distant rain, a heady mix that invigorated her senses and set her on her task. Climbing the creaky wooden stairs, she marveled at the play of light that filtered through the attic window, casting ethereal patterns on the dusty floor. Her fingers brushed against forgotten relics of the past, each one whispering tales of yesteryears. Her curiosity piqued. Miriam's attention was drawn to a dusty old trunk tucked into the corner beneath the cobwebbed eaves. As she opened it, a soft, inviting glow spilled out, illuminating a peculiar object nestled among yellowed letters and forgotten trinkets. It was a mirror, but not just any mirror. Its frame was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and tiny woodland creatures, and its surface shimmered with a mysterious light that seemed to dance like moonbeams on water. Miriam held the mirror carefully, noticing the way it felt warm to the touch, as though it were alive. She peered into it and gasped softly, for this was no ordinary reflection. Instead of her own face, she saw a different world, a lush, vibrant forest where the trees whispered secrets and the rivers sang melodies of old. Entranced, Miriam continued to watch until a gentle voice broke the silence. "Do not be afraid," the voice soothed, like the soft rustle of leaves. "I am the mirror of Aveline, and I choose those with kind hearts to aid in my quest. There is a world that needs your gentle wisdom." Miriam, though startled, felt a warm assurance spreading through her. "What do you need from me?" she asked, her voice steady like the comforting crackle of a hearth. "You must journey to the Enchanted Grove," the mirror replied, its glow pulsing with gratitude. "There lies a hidden charm, a song that has been forgotten. Without it, the balance of this world is threatened." Feeling both nervous and excited, Miriam agreed, and the mirror's light enveloped her in a soft embrace. In a blink, she found herself standing in the forest she had seen, surrounded by towering trees that seemed to lean in, curious and welcoming. As she began her journey, the forest came alive around her. Birds with feathers like spun gold flitted from branch to branch, singing tunes that made her heart lift. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the path beneath her feet was soft and mossy. As Miriam walked, she reflected on her life in the village, the simple joys of baking, the warmth of her neighbors' smiles, and the stories she cherished. She realized that each moment had prepared her for this journey, imbuing her with the patience and empathy needed to face the challenges ahead. Soon she came across a wise old owl perched on a sturdy branch. Its eyes were as round and bright as full moons. "Greetings, traveler," the owl hooted kindly. "I see you are on a quest of great importance." Miriam nodded, her voice gentle as she explained her mission. The owl, nodding sagely, offered her a feather. "This will guide you when the path grows unclear. Trust in your heart, and it will lead you true." Thanking the owl, Miriam continued deeper into the forest. The day was growing long, the sky painted with hues of amber and rose. She came upon a babbling brook, its waters clear and cool as they danced over smooth stones. Here a playful otter emerged, its fur glistening like silver in the fading light. "Hello there," the otter chirped, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "I hear you seek the lost song. I can help, but you must answer a riddle first." Miriam smiled, enjoying the otter's friendly challenge. "I am ready," she said. "What is it that you can keep after giving it to someone?" the otter asked, its whiskers twitching with delight. Miriam thought for a moment, her mind sifting through the possibilities like a baker kneading dough. Then, with a gentle smile, she replied, "A smile." The otter clapped its paws delightedly. "Correct! Follow the stream, and it will lead you to the grove. Remember, the song is within you." With the otter's directions, Miriam walked alongside the brook, listening to its soothing lullaby. The forest grew quieter, the air filled with anticipation, as though every creature held its breath, waiting. At last, she arrived at the enchanted grove, where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their leaves a canopy of emerald and gold. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and strong, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Miriam approached, feeling a serene energy emanating from the tree. She placed her hand on its rough bark, and a soft melody filled the air, a song both familiar and new. Miriam realized the song was indeed within her, as the otter had said. It was a melody of kindness and understanding, a tune woven with threads of compassion and peace. As she sang, the forest seemed to join in, each note resonating with the harmony of the world around her. The balance was restored, and the grove shimmered with a renewed light. The mirror's voice returned, gentle and filled with warmth. "You have done well, Miriam. Your heart has brought the song back to life." With a grateful heart, Miriam was returned to her cozy cottage, the mirror resting gently on her lap. Though her adventure had ended, the song remained with her, a reminder of the world she had touched and the magic she carried within. Settling back into her routine, Miriam found a new depth in her daily interactions. She noticed how each person who came to her for bread left with a little more joy in their steps, a reflection of the gentle magic she now carried. The villagers, though unaware of her journey, sensed the change and often lingered longer in her presence, drawn by an unspoken warmth. One evening, as Miriam sat by the fire, she pondered the mirror's choice. Why her? What had it seen in her heart? She recalled the stories of the wind, the unseen friends she had always felt close by. Perhaps they were not just figments of her imagination, but echoes of the world she had visited, a world she now realized was closer than she had ever known. Before she drifted to sleep, a soft tapping at her window caught her attention. Peering out, she saw a small gathering of fireflies, their lights twinkling in the night like stars fallen to earth. They danced in a gentle rhythm, a silent serenade that mirrored the song of the grove. Miriam watched, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. As the night settled over the village, a gentle peace enveloped her little cottage, like a comforting blanket pulled snug around her dreams. She realized that in her heart she was no longer just Miriam, the village baker, but Miriam, the keeper of melodies, a guardian of unseen worlds. And with that understanding, she drifted into a deep, contented sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the soft, lilting songs of a world reborn. 6. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and the edge of an ancient woodland, there lived a gentle young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes the color of moss under morning dew, and hair as dark as the rich, fertile earth. Her days were spent helping her grandmother in their cozy little cottage, where the smell of freshly baked bread and the soft notes of a lullaby always lingered in the air. Lila's grandmother, wise and gentle, was the village healer. Her small cottage was filled with jars of herbs, twinkling crystals, and old books that whispered secrets of the natural world. Though Lila loved learning about healing, she often dreamed of adventure beyond the boundaries of their village, a place where magic was as real as the sun and moon. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced like golden coins in the wind, Lila decided to explore the edge of the forest. Her grandmother had told her many stories of the forest's magic, and though she had always been warned to be careful, the temptation of discovering something wondrous was too great to resist. As she wandered, Lila's attention was caught by a peculiar glint beneath a thick carpet of fallen leaves. She knelt down, brushing the leaves aside to reveal an old, wooden box covered in intricate carvings of twisting vines and tiny woodland creatures. It was as though the forest itself had crafted this box, and it hummed with a vibrant energy that tingled in her fingertips. Curious and a little nervous, Lila carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, was a small, delicate acorn. It was unlike any acorn she had ever seen, for it shone with a gentle, warm glow, as if a tiny star had been captured within its shell. As Lila held the acorn, a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, filled her mind. "I am the heart of the forest," it whispered. "With me you can see the world as it truly is." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. She did not know what to expect, but she felt a deep sense of trust in the voice. So with the acorn cradled in her palm, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, the world had transformed. The trees around her shimmered with a vibrant emerald light, their branches weaving stories of centuries past. The air was alive with the sound of unseen creatures, their songs weaving a melody of harmony and peace. The forest was no longer just a place of trees and undergrowth. It was a living, breathing tapestry of magic and life. Eager to share her discovery, Lila returned home, her heart alight with the wonders she had seen. Her grandmother listened intently as Lila recounted her tale, her eyes twinkling with a knowing warmth. "The heart of the forest has chosen you, my dear," she said softly. "It will guide you, but remember, true magic lies not in what you can see, but in what you can learn and share." Over the following weeks, Lila carried the acorn with her, learning to see the magic in everyday things, a spider's web glistening with dew, the laughter of children playing in the fields, the kindness of her neighbors. She realized that the true magic of the world was not hidden in grand gestures, but in the simple acts of love and friendship that wove their lives together. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, a traveler arrived in the village. He was a tall, thin man, with eyes like stormy skies and a cloak that seemed woven from shadows. The villagers were wary of him, for he carried an air of mystery that made them uneasy. But Lila, with her newfound vision, saw something different. She saw a man burdened by sadness, seeking something he had lost. The traveler, named Rowan, had been searching for a way to bring peace to his troubled heart. He had journeyed far and wide, yet found no solace. Lila, sensing his pain, approached him with kindness and offered to share the warmth of her home. By the crackling fire, Rowan spoke of his journey and the burden he carried, a lost love, a broken promise, and the weight of regret. Lila listened with compassion, her heart aching for the stranger who had wandered so far from home. It was then that the heart of the forest spoke once more, its voice gentle and wise. "True healing comes not from forgetting, but from understanding," it whispered to Lila. "Help him see the beauty in his memories, and he will find his way." With the acorn's guidance, Lila shared with Rowan the magic she had discovered, the beauty in the everyday, the strength in friendship, and the healing power of love. Together, they walked through the snow-dusted village, where Lila pointed out the simple wonders she had come to cherish, the way the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, the laughter of children echoing through the crisp air, the warmth of a neighbor's smile. Slowly, Rowan began to see the world through Lila's eyes, and his heart, once heavy with sorrow, began to mend. He realized that the memories he carried were not chains, but gifts, each one a thread in the tapestry of his life, woven with love and lessons learned. As winter melted into spring, Rowan's gratitude to Lila and her grandmother was boundless. He thanked them for showing him the magic in his own heart, and when it was time for him to continue his journey, he left with a lighter spirit and a hopeful heart. Lila waved goodbye to her new friend, knowing that she, too, had been changed by their encounter. She had learned that the true magic of the heart of the forest was not in its ability to reveal hidden wonders, but in its power to open hearts and minds to the beauty that lies within and around them. And so, with the acorn safely tucked in its wooden box, Lila continued her life in the village, spreading warmth and kindness wherever she went. The heart of the forest had chosen her well, for she had become a beacon of light, guiding others to find the magic in their own lives. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and gentle woman, much like her grandmother before her. And though she never left the village, her heart traveled far and wide, touching the lives of all who crossed her path. She understood that while the world was vast and full of wonders, the greatest adventure of all was the journey within. And so, in the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle wind whispered through the trees, Lila would often find herself by the fireside, surrounded by friends and family, sharing stories of magic, wonder, and the simple, profound beauty of life. And in those moments, she knew that she had found her place in the world, guided by the gentle glow of the heart of the forest. And so, dear listener, may you too find the magic in the world around you, and in the warmth of your own heart. May you discover the greatest adventure of all. Sleep well, and dream of wonders waiting in the light of a new day. Story 7. Once upon a starlit night, in a galaxy far beyond our own, there lived a young star child named Astra. With eyes that twinkled like cosmic gems and skin that shimmered like stardust, Astra was a curious and adventurous spirit. She would often sneak away from her celestial home to explore the vast expanse of space, marveling at the countless wonders that unfolded before her. It was during one of these daring escapades that Astra stumbled upon a strange, metallic object hurtling through the cosmos. As she drew closer, she realized it was a small spacecraft, its engines sputtering and its hull battered by cosmic debris. Without a second thought, Astra used her celestial powers to guide the craft to a nearby asteroid, gently settling it upon the rocky surface. As the hatch opened, Astra was greeted by the sight of a peculiar mechanical being. Its body was a sleek amalgamation of metallic parts and glowing circuitry, and its eyes were two brilliant orbs that flickered with intelligence. This was Gizmo, a highly advanced robotic explorer from the distant planet Technos. At first, Astra and Gizmo regarded each other with apprehension, their vastly different natures causing misunderstandings and miscommunications. Astra, with her whimsical spirit and love for the natural wonders of the cosmos, found Gizmo's cold, analytical demeanor unsettling. Gizmo, on the other hand, struggled to comprehend Astra's ethereal existence and her seemingly illogical ways. Yet, as they journeyed together through the treacherous depths of space, facing shared challenges and narrowly escaping perilous situations, a bond began to form between them. Astra learned to appreciate Gizmo's unwavering logic and problem-solving abilities, while Gizmo discovered a newfound appreciation for Astra's boundless imagination and her ability to find beauty in the most unexpected places. One fateful day, they found themselves trapped in the gravitational pull of a rogue black hole. As their ship spiraled helplessly towards the event horizon, Gizmo's circuits began to fail, and Astra's celestial energy waned. In a desperate act of friendship, they combined their powers, creating a brilliant shockwave that propelled them to safety. In that moment, they realized that their differences were not weaknesses, but strengths, and that true friendship transcended the boundaries of flesh and metal, star and machine. They had found something far more precious than any treasure in the universe, a bond forged in trust, understanding, and mutual respect. From that day forth, Astra and Gizmo became inseparable companions, exploring the farthest reaches of the cosmos together. They encountered wondrous civilizations and faced daunting challenges, but always with the knowledge that they had each other's back. Astra's boundless imagination guided them through the most treacherous of situations, while Gizmo's analytical mind provided them with the tools to overcome any obstacle. And as they drifted through the endless expanse of stars, their laughter and camaraderie echoed across the galaxies, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, a bond that transcends all boundaries and unites even the most unlikely of companions. For in that vast, mysterious universe they had found their greatest treasure, a friendship that shone brighter than any star, and a love that would forever illuminate their path through the cosmos. Story 8. The Whispering Grove. In the gentle embrace of a soft dusk, where the horizon kissed the edge of the sleepy village of Elderglen, there lay a secret that not many knew. Beyond the age-old stone cottages and the warm glow of lanterns that flickered like golden fireflies, stretched a dense forest named the Whispering Grove. This was no ordinary forest, for within its depths it cradled a hidden world filled with enchantment and wonder, a place where the trees themselves seemed to breathe secrets into the rustling winds. It was said that deep inside the Whispering Grove there existed a magical object, a mirror unlike any other. This mirror, often spoken of in hushed tones by the village elders, was known to show not one's reflection, but the true essence of their heart. It was a mirror that could reveal dreams, fears, and the very core of one's being. But it was hidden well, its location guarded by the ancient forest, as if protecting it from those who might seek it for selfish desires. On the outskirts of Elderglen lived a young girl named Mira. With eyes the color of summer skies and a heart as curious as the winding brook that danced through the village, Mira was known for her adventurous spirit. She spent her days exploring the meadowlands and her nights dreaming of the mysteries that lay beyond. Her closest companion was a gray squirrel named Pippin, with a tuft of fur that stood like a crown atop his head. Together they shared secrets, laughter, and a bond that could only be described as magical. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Mira sat on her favorite rock by the brook, her thoughts wandering to the tales of the Whispering Grove. The village elder, Old Ben, had once told her, "The mirror shows not just what you wish to see, but what you need to understand." Mira's heart fluttered at the thought of such a mirror. What would it reveal to her? Would it show her the path she was meant to walk, or the dreams she was destined to chase? Her musings were interrupted by a gentle nudge. Pippin, with his bright, inquisitive eyes, seemed to sense her thoughts. He chirped and scampered up her arm to perch on her shoulder, as if urging her to share her heart's desires. Mira chuckled softly, the sound mingling with the evening breeze. "Oh, Pippin," she sighed, "do you think we could find it? Could we really discover the secrets of the Whispering Grove?" Pippin twitched his nose, as if in agreement, and leapt onto the ground, beckoning Mira to follow. With a resolve kindled by her companion's enthusiasm, Mira stood up, dusted off her skirt, and took a deep breath. The forest loomed in the distance, its trees swaying gently in the twilight, whispering promises of adventure and discovery. As the duo ventured into the forest, the familiar scents of pine and earth welcomed them like old friends. The path before them was bathed in the silvery glow of the rising moon, turning the leaves into shimmering tapestries of light and shadow. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of night, crickets chirping, owls hooting softly, and the distant babble of a hidden stream. Their journey led them deeper into the woods, where the air grew thick with mystery. Mira felt a thrill of anticipation, each step bringing her closer to the unknown. The path began to twist and turn, leading them through thickets and over tiny brooks that gurgled cheerfully beneath their feet. It was then that they stumbled upon a clearing, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark gnarled and twisted with age, yet it emanated a warmth that beckoned them closer. Hanging from one of its low branches was a mirror, unlike any Mira had ever seen. Its frame was woven from silver vines, glistening like stars captured in metal. The surface of the mirror shimmered like a tranquil pond under the moonlight. Mira approached it cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. As she gazed into its depths, the world around her seemed to fade away, leaving only the mirror and the soft rustle of leaves. To her surprise, she did not see her reflection. Instead, images began to dance across the surface, dreams she had long held close, moments of joy and sorrow, and glimpses of paths she had yet to walk. The mirror revealed her love for exploration, her yearning to understand the world beyond Elderglen, and the strength she possessed even in moments of doubt. It showed her the beauty of her friendship with Pippin, their adventures etched in hues of laughter and trust. but it also reflected her fears, the shadows she had yet to face, and the courage she needed to embrace them. Mira's heart swelled with understanding, a gentle warmth spreading through her being. The mirror had not only shown her the dreams she cherished, but had also illuminated the path to realizing them. It whispered of courage and resilience, of embracing her true self and the wonders that awaited her. As she stepped back, the mirror shimmered once more, its surface clearing to reveal her own reflection, her eyes bright and full of newfound determination. Pippin chirped beside her, his tiny paws patting her hand as if in reassurance. Mira smiled, her heart light and free. With a final glance at the mirror, Mira turned away, the path before her now clear and inviting. She and Pippin made their way back through the forest, the moonlight guiding their steps. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wisdom, had gifted them not just with answers, but with the promise of endless possibilities. As they emerged from the forest, the village lay peacefully under the starlit sky. Mira felt a sense of belonging, a connection to the world around her that was deeper than before. The journey to the mirror had transformed her, not in ways visible to the eye, but in the quiet strength that now resonated within her heart. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months, but the memories of that night stayed with Mira. She continued to explore, her adventures now imbued with a sense of purpose and clarity. The forest, with its whispering trees and hidden wonders, became a sanctuary, a place where she could find guidance and solace. Through her journey, Mira learned that true strength lies not in the absence of fear, but in the courage to face it. She discovered that friendship, like the bond she shared with Pippin, was a beacon of light in moments of darkness. And she understood that the path to one's dreams is not always straight, but it is the twists and turns that shape us into who we are meant to be. The Whispering Grove, with its magical mirror, remained a cherished secret, known only to a few. But its legacy lived on in the hearts of those who dared to seek its wisdom, those who were brave enough to look beyond the surface and embrace the truths within. And so, in the gentle hush of night, where the world seemed to hold its breath, the village of Elderglen slept, cradled by the stories of the Whispering Grove. And somewhere, deep within the forest, the mirror continued to watch over those who wandered its path, reflecting not just faces, but the dreams and hopes of all who dared to dream. Story 9. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between the gentle slopes of the Lavender Hills and the sparkling waters of the Crystal Lake, lay a quaint village known as Willow. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone lanes, each one lined with charming cottages draped in vibrant ivy, their chimneys exhaling tendrils of smoke that danced skyward. At the heart of this village was an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if to embrace the earth and sky alike. The people of Willowbend were known for their kindness and warmth, living simple lives in harmony with nature. But what made this village truly special was the hidden world that lay just beyond the village boundaries, a realm known only to a select few, whispered of in hushed tones and bedtime tales. It was the time of the harvest moon, when the nights grew longer and the air carried a crispness that hinted of the winter months to come. In one of the cozy cottages by the edge of the village, a young girl named Lyra lived with her grandmother, Aldara. Lyra was an inquisitive soul, her heart full of dreams, and her mind teeming with questions about the world beyond what she could see. Her grandmother often spoke of the Whispering Woods, a magical forest said to be alive with secrets, where the trees could speak and the streams sang lullabies. Lyra spent her days helping her grandmother in the garden, tending to the flowers that bloomed in riotous colors and the herbs that filled the air with their soothing scents. At night, she would sit by the fireplace, listening intently as Aldara spun tales of yore, her voice a gentle melody that lulled Lyra into a world of wonder and possibility. One evening, as the harvest moon cast its silvery glow over Willowbend, Lyra's curiosity got the better of her. She approached her grandmother, her eyes wide with excitement. "Grandmother," she began, her voice a soft whisper, "tell me more about the Whispering Woods. Do you think I might ever visit them?" Aldara chuckled, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. She took Lyra's hand in hers, the warmth of her touch a comforting balm. "Ah, my dear Lyra, the Whispering Woods are a place of magic indeed. but they reveal themselves only to those with an open heart and a true purpose. You see, the woods are not just any forest. They are alive with the wisdom of ages, waiting for those who seek to learn and grow. Lyra pondered her grandmother's words, her mind alight with possibilities. That night, as she lay in bed, the moonlight streaming through her window, she made a promise to herself. She would find the whispering woods and uncover their secrets. Little did she know that her journey would begin sooner than she could have imagined. The following morning, Lyra awoke to find the village abuzz with excitement. A traveler had arrived, a mysterious figure cloaked in a garment as dark as midnight, their presence both intriguing and enigmatic. The villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear tales of distant lands and forgotten treasures. As Lyra approached, the traveler turned to her, their eyes a deep shade of emerald that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. "Young one," they spoke, their voice a gentle breeze that stirred the leaves. "I have heard whispers of your dreams to visit the Whispering Woods. Perhaps it is time you embark on your journey." Lyra's heart raced, her excitement tempered by a flicker of doubt. "But how will I find the woods?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The traveler smiled, their expression kind and knowing. "The woods will find you, Lyra. Trust in yourself and the path will reveal itself." With that, the traveler handed her a small, ornate compass, its needle spinning lazily before settling in a direction unknown. "This will guide you," they said, "but remember, the true journey lies within." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Lyra set off on her quest, the compass clutched tightly in her hand. She followed its direction, her footsteps light and her spirit buoyed by the promise of adventure. The path led her through meadows carpeted with wildflowers, their petals swaying in the gentle breeze. She crossed babbling brooks that sang songs of ages past and climbed hills that offered breathtaking views of the world below. With each step, the air grew cooler, the scents of pine and earth mingling in a symphony of nature. Finally, as the moon rose high in the sky, Lyra found herself at the edge of the Whispering Woods. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling softly as if whispering secrets to the wind. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped into the forest, the world around her shifting, as if she had entered a realm of dreams. Inside the woods, the air was thick with magic, an energy that hummed beneath the surface. Lyra felt it in her very bones, a tingling sensation that urged her forward. The path wound through towering trees and patches of moonlight that dappled the forest floor. As she walked, she noticed subtle changes, the way the leaves seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, the soft glow of mushrooms that lined the path, and the gentle hum of life all around her. It wasn't long before Lyra encountered the first of the forest's inhabitants, a friendly fox with a coat of fiery red, its eyes bright and curious. "Welcome, traveler," the fox greeted, its voice a lilting melody that resonated in the quiet night. "What brings you to our woods?" Lyra smiled, her heart warming at the fox's kind demeanor. "I seek the wisdom of the Whispering Woods," she replied. "I wish to learn and grow, to understand the world and my place within it." The fox nodded, its tail swishing through the air. "Then you have come to the right place. But remember, young one, the answers you seek may not be what you expect. The forest will teach you in its own way, through lessons of friendship and understanding." With the fox as her guide, Lyra continued deeper into the woods, the path unfolding before her like a tapestry of dreams. Along the way, she met a host of woodland creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. A wise old owl who spoke of the stars and their secrets, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of living in the moment, and a gentle deer who showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As she journeyed, Lyra felt herself changing, her heart opening to the wonders of the forest and the friendships she forged along the way. She learned to listen, not just with her ears but with her heart, to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams. She discovered that the magic of the woods lay not in its mysteries, but in the connections she made and the lessons she learned. Days turned into nights and back again, the passage of time a gentle ebb and flow. Lyra's journey was one of self-discovery, each step bringing her closer to a truth she had long sought. And then, one evening, As the stars twinkled overhead like diamonds scattered across velvet, she found herself at the heart of the forest. There, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, stood an ancient tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens. It was unlike any tree Lyra had ever seen, its bark aglow with a soft, ethereal light. As she approached, the tree spoke, its voice a deep, resonant echo that filled the clearing. "Welcome, Lyra," the tree intoned, its presence a comforting embrace. "You have journeyed far and learned much. What is it that you seek?" Lyra took a deep breath, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. "I seek to understand my purpose, to find my place in the world," she replied, her voice steady and sure. The tree's branches swayed gently, the leaves rustling like a lullaby. "Your journey has shown you that purpose lies not in grand gestures, but in the small acts of kindness and the bonds we form with others. You have found your place, Lyra, in the friendships you have forged and the wisdom you have gained." As the tree's words washed over her, Lyra felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, a warmth that spread through her very being. She understood now that her journey was not just one of self-discovery, but of connection and love. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked the tree and her woodland friends, knowing that she would carry their lessons with her always. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the world around her alive with possibility. When she returned to Willow Bend, the village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the whispering woods. Lyra shared her stories, her voice a gentle melody that wove a tapestry of wonder and wisdom. And as the harvest moon rose once more, she knew that her journey had only just begun. For in her heart, Lyra carried the magic of the forest, a gift that would guide her always, a reminder that the true treasures of life lay in the friendships we cherish and the love we share. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit unyielding, Lyra embraced the world, ready to write the next chapter of her tale. And so, dear reader, as you drift into slumber beneath the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, remember the lessons of the whispering woods, that we are all part of a greater tapestry, woven together by the threads of love and friendship. May your dreams be filled with wonder, and your heart ever open to the magic that surrounds us all. The end. Story 10. In a quaint village nestled between rolling meadows and whispering woods, there was a little shop at the corner of Maple Lane. It was a shop unlike any other, filled with trinkets and treasures that seemed to have stories etched into their very being. The shopkeeper, a gentle soul named Mr. Whittle, was known for his kind smile and the twinkle in his eye, a twinkle that hinted at the mysteries his shop held within. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze and the scent of cinnamon wafted from the nearby bakery, a young girl named Clara wandered into Mr. Whittle's shop. Clara was known for her curious nature and her love for stories. Her eyes widened with wonder as she explored the shelves brimming with peculiar objects, a silver compass that never pointed north, a teapot that hummed a lullaby, and a clock that ticked backward. But what caught Clara's attention was a small, unassuming mirror tucked away in a corner, its frame made of intricately carved wood that shimmered like moonlit water. As she picked it up, she noticed something extraordinary. The reflection wasn't of the shop, but of a lush, sunlit garden where flowers danced to an unheard melody. Intrigued, Clara rushed to Mr. Whittle, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Mr. Whittle, look at this mirror. It's showing me a place I've never seen before," she exclaimed. Mr. Whittle peered over his spectacles, his eyes crinkling with delight. "Ah, you found the mirror of discoveries," he said softly. "It's a rare find indeed. Some say it shows not just sights, but journeys waiting to unfold." Clara's heart leapt at the thought. "Do you think it could take me there?" she asked, her voice a whisper of hope. "Only if you truly wish to go," Mr. Whittle replied. "Remember, the journey is as much about the path within as it is about the world outside." Encouraged by his words, Clara closed her eyes and wished with all her heart to visit the garden. When she opened them, she found herself standing amidst vibrant blooms and gentle breezes that carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle. The garden was as enchanting as the mirror had promised, bathed in a warm, golden glow. As Clara wandered along a winding path lined with daisies, she met a small, wise-looking tortoise named Oliver. His shell was adorned with tiny, colorful stones that seemed to glint with their own light. "Hello there, young traveler," Oliver greeted her in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome to the Garden of Whispers. What brings you to this magical realm?" Clara, captivated by the tortoise's calm demeanor, explained her discovery of the mirror and her yearning to explore. Oliver nodded sagely. "The garden holds many secrets, but it also teaches those who listen. Come, let us walk together." As they strolled, Oliver shared tales of the garden's history and its many wonders. Clara learned about the singing brook, whose waters could soothe any worry, and the wishing tree, where dreams were whispered into the bark and carried by the wind. But the heart of the garden, Oliver explained, lay in the circle of understanding, a glade where the ancient oak of wisdom stood tall, its branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. "If you seek answers, the oak may guide you," said Oliver, his eyes twinkling with knowing. Eager to learn more, Clara continued her journey with Oliver, stopping to admire the beauty around her and listen to the gentle rustle of leaves that seemed to speak in hushed tones. As they neared the circle of understanding, Clara felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the garden itself was embracing her with warmth and kindness. In the center of the glade stood the oak of wisdom, its trunk wide and sturdy, its bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change with the light. Clara approached reverently, placing her hand on the cool, textured surface. She closed her eyes, feeling the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. "To find what you seek, look within," a voice whispered, soft as a breeze through the leaves. It was neither loud nor insistent, but filled with a quiet assurance that resonated deep within Clara's heart. Clara opened her eyes, understanding dawning like the first light of dawn. The journey through the garden had shown her the beauty of the world and the wisdom that lay in every leaf, every stone, and every creature she had met. But most importantly, it had taught her that the answers she sought were not always found in distant lands, but within her own heart. With newfound clarity, Clara thanked Oliver and the Oak of Wisdom, her heart full of gratitude. She knew it was time to return to her village, to share the stories and lessons she had learned. As she retraced her steps, the garden seemed to hum with approval, its colors more vibrant, its sounds more harmonious. Back in the shop, Mr. Whittle greeted Clara with a knowing smile as she stepped through the door, the mirror clutched gently in her hands. "Welcome back, dear Clara. How was your journey?" he asked, his eyes twinkling. "It was magical," Clara replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I learned so much, and I met a wise tortoise named Oliver who helped me see things in a new light." Mr. Whittle nodded, his smile warm and comforting. "Remember, Clara, every journey leaves a mark on the heart. Cherish the memories and let them guide you." As Clara left the shop, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. The village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the gentle murmur of nightfall. Clara felt a sense of contentment and joy, her heart light with the knowledge that her journey had only just begun. And so, with the mirror of discoveries safely tucked away, Clara returned to her cozy cottage, where the fireplace crackled warmly, and the promise of new adventures awaited in dreams yet to come. Story 11. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where the sun's rays filtered through the canopy in shimmering beams of gold, there existed a world unseen by most. This was a place where the trees whispered stories to the wind, and the earth hummed with the gentle rhythm of life. Here, nestled between the roots of the grandest oak, was the village of the forest folk, tiny and wise creatures who lived in harmony with the land. As dawn's light brushed the forest with a gentle glow, the forest folk began their day. These delightful beings, no taller than a pine cone, were as varied as the leaves in autumn. Some had wings as delicate as spider silk, while others moved with the grace of a falling leaf. They wore garments woven from petals and moss, their colors changing with the seasons. It was the first day of spring, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the chorus of awakening birds. The village was abuzz with excitement, for this was the time of year when the magical phenomena known as the blooming breeze would arrive. The blooming breeze was a gentle wind that carried the essence of new life and rebirth, painting the forest in vibrant hues and infusing the air with a sense of renewal. At the heart of the village stood a wise elder, known to all as Old Moss. His skin was rough like bark, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of centuries. Old Moss was the keeper of wisdom, the one who taught the young forest folk about the delicate balance that must be maintained in their world. On this particular morning, he gathered the villagers around the ancient oak for a tale, as was the tradition. "Gather close, my dear ones," Old Moss began, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Today marks the arrival of the blooming breeze, a gift from the earth and sky. It is a reminder of the cycle of life, a whisper of the wisdom passed down through generations." The forest folk settled in, their eyes wide with anticipation. As Old Moss spoke, the forest seemed to listen too, the trees swaying gently as if nodding in agreement. "In the days of old," he continued, "there was a time when the balance of our world teetered on the edge of chaos. The seasons were confused, and the weather grew wild and unpredictable. The creatures of the forest, large and small, were troubled, for without harmony, life cannot flourish." The forest folk listened intently, their imaginations painting pictures of tumultuous storms and wilting flora. "It was then," said Old Moss, "that the wisdom of our ancestors shone through. They understood that to restore balance, we must live in harmony with nature, respecting its rhythm and nurturing its gifts." Just as Old Moss shared this wisdom, a soft breeze began to stir. It was the blooming breeze, arriving with a gentle sigh through the trees. The villagers watched in awe as blossoms unfurled, their petals stretching towards the sun, and the forest floor became a tapestry of colors. "Look around you," Old Moss gestured with a gnarled hand. "This is the magic of balance, the beauty of harmony. Each petal, each leaf, plays its part in this great symphony, and so must we." Among the gathered forest folk were two young friends, a sprightly fellow named Thistle, with hair like dandelion fluff, and a gentle soul called Fern, whose eyes sparkled like dew on grass. These two were known for their curiosity and kindness, always eager to learn from the world around them. Inspired by Old Moss's tale, Thistle and Fern decided to embark on a journey through the forest to see the blooming breeze's magic firsthand. As they wandered, the sun warmed their tiny faces, and the air was alive with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh earth. They passed by a babbling brook, its waters gleaming like liquid crystal, and a meadow where butterflies danced on the breeze, their wings painting the air with flashes of color. Everywhere they looked, life was thriving, each creature and plant a part of the grand design. In a clearing, they came upon a family of foxes, the kits tumbling over each other in play. Nearby, an ancient tortoise slowly made its way through the grass, pausing now and then to nibble on a dandelion. Thistle and Fern watched in silent admiration, understanding that each creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the forest's harmony. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Thistle and Fern returned to their village, their hearts full of wonder and their minds brimming with new insights. That evening, as the stars twinkled above like a scattering of diamonds, the forest folk gathered once more. By the soft glow of fireflies, Thistle and Fern shared their adventure with the others, speaking of the beauty and balance they had witnessed. "And so," concluded Thistle, his voice filled with gratitude, "we see that wisdom lies not only in the tales of old, but in the world around us. It is in the song of the river, the dance of the leaves, and the quiet strength of the earth." Old Moss smiled warmly at the young ones, his heart swelling with pride. "Indeed, my dear ones, you have learned well. Remember, it is our duty to protect this balance, to cherish and nurture it for those who come after us." The forest folk nodded, their hearts united in purpose and understanding. And as the night wrapped the forest in its gentle embrace, they knew that with each new day, they would continue to live in harmony with the world around them, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, the forest folk drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the beauty of a world in balance. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the forest lulled them into a deep, restful sleep, as the blooming breeze carried their hopes and dreams into the night, weaving them into the very fabric of the forest's soul. The tale of the forest folk and the blooming breeze became a cherished story, passed down through the generations, a reminder of the delicate dance of life and the magic that exists when we live in harmony with nature. And so, in this ancient forest, where reality and magic embraced, life continued to flourish, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring balance of the natural world. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the air was fragrant with the scent of pine and blooming wildflowers, there lived a gentle soul named Aveline. Aveline was a young woman of quiet demeanor, with hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the summer sky. She lived in a quaint cottage nestled between towering oaks and vibrant, flowering bushes, which seemed to bloom in harmony with the rhythm of her heart. Aveline loved her home and the forest that surrounded it, finding solace in the familiar chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves dancing in the breeze. But as the seasons changed, so too did Aveline find herself at the cusp of a personal transformation that filled her with both anticipation and trepidation. Aveline had always been resistant to change, preferring the comfort of the known to the uncertainty of the new. Her heart was heavy with a yearning for something more, something she couldn't quite name. She felt like the river that ran through the forest, forever flowing but never truly changing its course. Deep down, she knew that she needed to embrace the changes life was presenting her, but she lacked the courage to take that first step. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and crimson, Aveline decided to visit the wise old owl, Eldrick, who lived in the tallest tree by the brook. Eldrick was known throughout the forest for his wisdom and kind heart, and many creatures sought his guidance in times of need. Eldrick, Aveline began, her voice a soft whisper that mingled with the rustling leaves. I feel as though I'm standing at the edge of a great change, but I'm afraid. How can I find the courage to embrace it? The owl blinked his golden eyes slowly, considering her words. Ah, dear Aveline, he replied, his voice deep and soothing. Change is the nature of life itself, and resistance only binds the heart. Instead, open your heart to the possibilities that change can bring. Look around you. The forest itself is in constant transformation. With that, the wise owl nodded toward a nearby cherry blossom tree. Aveline watched as the petals, kissed by the morning sun, shimmered like pink snowflakes before gently drifting to the earth. The blossoms fall away to make room for new growth, Eldrick continued. Trust that you, too, will blossom in your own time. Aveline thanked Eldrick and made her way back through the woods, pondering his words. As she walked, she noticed the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. It was as if the forest itself was a tapestry, forever weaving and reweaving its intricate designs. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the world in its silvery glow, Aveline lay in her bed, listening to the symphony of night sounds. She closed her eyes, imagining herself as a tree, her roots firmly planted in the earth, but her branches reaching ever upward toward the sky. She dreamed of possibilities, of adventures and paths yet untrodden. The following day, Aveline awoke with a newfound sense of determination. Her heart still held a flicker of fear, but it was tempered by a growing excitement. She decided to visit her dear friend, Thistle, a spirited and lively squirrel who lived in the high branches of a grand oak. Thistle was a creature of boundless energy and optimism, always ready to leap into whatever adventure awaited him. Aveline, he chattered excitedly as she approached. What brings you to this part of the forest on such a fine day? I've been thinking about change, Aveline replied, and how I might embrace it rather than fear it. Thistle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, change can be the most wonderful thing. It's like finding a new treasure each day. Why, just yesterday I discovered a whole patch of the juiciest acorns I've ever tasted in a place I never would have thought to look. Aveline laughed, feeling her spirits lift. Perhaps you could show me this place, she suggested, eager to see the world through Thistle's eyes. Together they set off through the forest, Thistle bounding ahead with joyful abandon, while Aveline followed at a more measured pace. As they walked, Thistle pointed out all manner of wonders she had never noticed before. The delicate spider webs glistening with dew, the way the sunlight turned the leaves to gold, and the hidden paths that wound like ribbons through the underbrush. With each step, Aveline felt her heart lighten. She began to see the forest not as a static backdrop to her life, but as a living, breathing entity in constant flux. It was a place of endless surprises, of beauty in the most unexpected places. When they reached the patch of acorns Thistle had discovered, Aveline marveled at the abundance before her. "You see?" Thistle exclaimed, his tiny paws gesturing excitedly. "Change can bring such wonderful gifts, if only we're open to seeing them." Aveline nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude for her friend and the lesson he had shared. "Thank you, Thistle," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "You've helped me see that change is not something to fear, but something to embrace." As the days turned into weeks, Aveline continued to explore the forest with new eyes, finding joy in the small wonders of each day. She began to notice the subtle shifts in the seasons, the way the forest adapted and thrived despite, or perhaps because of, the constant changes. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, Aveline sat on the porch of her cottage, reflecting on how far she had come. She felt a sense of peace and contentment she hadn't known before, a quiet confidence that sprung from her newfound understanding. It was then that a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the sweet scent of jasmine and the soft whisper of the trees. Aveline closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the evening sun on her face, and in that moment, she felt a deep connection to the world around her, a world that was ever-changing, ever-growing, just as she was. And so, with the support of her friends and the wisdom of the forest, Aveline learned to embrace the beauty of personal discovery. She understood that change was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to blossom and grow, to reach for the sky while staying rooted in the strength of her own heart. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet night, Aveline made her way inside, feeling the comforting embrace of her cozy cottage. She knew that whatever changes lay ahead, she would face them with courage and an open heart, ready to greet each new day with wonder and joy. And with that thought, she drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of all the possibilities yet to come. Story 13. In the heart of a vast and ancient forest, where the canopy formed a quilt of emerald and gold, there lay a hidden world teeming with life and magic. This was a place where the whispers of the wind carried tales from the ancients, and the very earth hummed with the energy of countless seasons past. The forest was home to creatures of all kinds, both seen and unseen. Among these inhabitants was a gentle family of deer, whose coats shimmered like woven sunlight. At dusk, they would gather in a glade, bathed in the soft, dappled light of the setting sun, their breath visible in the cooling air as they listened to the wisdom of the elders. The matriarch, a wise old doe with eyes as deep as the forest itself, often shared stories of the world beyond the forest and the delicate balance that kept all things in harmony. One such evening, as the stars began to twinkle like distant lanterns above, the matriarch spoke of the changing seasons, of how each transition was a dance choreographed by nature. "The spring," she murmured, "is a time of awakening, when the earth stretches and yawns, and all creatures emerge from their winter slumber to greet the sun." Her voice was a melody, soothing and unhurried, as the younger deer nestled close to hear more. "The summer," she continued, "is the season of abundance and growth. It is when the forest is alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, a time when the sun's embrace is warm and gentle." The deer listened with wide eyes, imagining the vibrant life of the forest in its fullest bloom. "But with the fall," the matriarch said, her voice tinged with a soft reverence, "comes the reminder of change. The leaves turn to gold and crimson, each one a tiny flame flickering in the autumn breeze. It is a time of reflection, when the world prepares to rest." The forest itself seemed to nod in agreement, a gentle rustle passing through the trees like a wave. As if on cue, an ancient oak released its leaves in a cascade of color, the sound a soft whisper against the forest floor. Finally, the matriarch spoke of winter, her voice a gentle lullaby. "Winter is the season of quiet, when the forest wraps itself in a blanket of snow and the world holds its breath. It is a time of peace, when the land dreams of what will be." The younger deer, lulled by her words, closed their eyes, the warmth of the herd a comforting presence in the cool night. The stars above watched over them, twinkling in a sky as deep and endless as the stories themselves. Beyond the glade, the forest was alive with other creatures, each playing their part in the symphony of life. The owls, wise and watchful, glided silently through the air, their feathers brushing softly against the night. Foxes, with eyes like amber jewels, darted through the underbrush, their movements a delicate dance of shadows and light. And in the heart of the forest, where the ancient trees stood like sentinels, lay a hidden grove known only to a few. It was a place where time seemed to pause, where the air was perpetually scented with the earthy aroma of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Here, a gentle brook babbled its way over smooth stones, its song a soothing counterpoint to the stillness. In this grove lived a small family of rabbits, their fur as soft as the clouds. They were the caretakers of a very special secret, one that had been passed down through countless generations. It was the secret of the seasons, a knowledge woven into the very fabric of their being. The eldest rabbit, a wise and gentle soul named Thistle, was the keeper of this wisdom. She would gather the young ones around her, their ears twitching with curiosity as she shared the stories of the forest's past. The seasons, she would say, her voice as soft as the breeze, are the heartbeat of the world. They teach us to embrace change, to find beauty in every moment. As the leaves turned and the days grew shorter, Thistle led the young rabbits to the grove's edge, where they could see the forest stretching out before them like a great tapestry. "Look," she whispered, "at how the world changes. Each leaf, each snowflake, is a part of the great circle of life." The young rabbits watched in awe as the forest transformed before their eyes, the colors shifting from vibrant green to a tapestry of amber and gold. They felt the crispness of the autumn air, the way it filled their lungs with a promise of winter's embrace. And as the first snowflakes began to fall, dusting the earth in a delicate white, Thistle spoke once more. "Remember, little ones, that though the world may sleep, it is never truly silent. Beneath the snow, the earth dreams of spring." The rabbits, nestled close, felt the warmth of their family, the gentle rhythm of their hearts a comforting presence in the quiet night. They knew that they were a part of something greater, a story that began long before them and would continue long after. In the heart of the forest, where magic danced with reality, the creatures of the land lived in harmony, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of life. And as the seasons turned, they carried with them the wisdom of the ancients, a reminder of the beauty and balance of the natural world. As the night deepened and the stars shone brighter, the forest wrapped itself in the comforting embrace of dreams, each creature finding rest in the knowledge that they were all connected, each a part of the great cycle of life. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest slept, knowing that with the dawn, a new chapter would begin. Story 14. In the glimmering expanse of the nebula-laden galaxy known as the Luminara Spiral, where stars twinkled like scattered diamond dust amidst the velvet of space, lay a small, unassuming planet named Vespera. This planet, though modest in its size, was a hub of vibrant interstellar activity. It was here, within the bustling marketplace of the capital city, that two individuals from the most distant corners of the universe first crossed paths. One was a being from the water-laden world of Thalassia, a planet where the oceans shimmered with bioluminescent creatures and the skies danced with the colors of the aurora. Her name was Nerita. She had gossamer fins that rippled gracefully down her arms and legs, and her skin shone with a soft, pearlescent glow. Nerita's people were known for their gentle wisdom and an uncanny ability to communicate with marine life, skills she had honed since her earliest days. Her counterpart was a creature of the desert planet of Aradara, where the sun blazed relentlessly over endless dunes of golden sand. His name was Kale, a rugged being whose skin bore the warm, earthy hues of terracotta. He had a resolute gaze, and his people were famed for their strength and resilience, qualities forged by the harshness of their sunlit world. Nerita and Kale encountered one another on a day that began like any other beneath the twin suns of Vespera. The marketplace was alive with a symphony of sounds, the lilting calls of vendors, the rustling of exotic fabrics, and the melodious chatter of traders who had journeyed from far and wide. The air was scented with the rich, spicy aroma of Vesperian herbs and the sweet tang of freshly harvested fruits. Their meeting was not born of destiny nor orchestrated by the stars. Rather, it was the result of a most peculiar misunderstanding. Nerida, in her eagerness to procure a rare starfruit that bloomed only once in a decade, mistakenly took the one that Kale had been eyeing for himself. Their eyes met over the vibrant, jewel-like fruit, and for a moment the bustling world around them faded into a soft blur. Kale's brow furrowed, his pride pricked by the unintended trespass. "Excuse me," he began, his voice a steady rumble. "I believe that is mine." Nerida blinked, the luminescent hues of her eyes shifting with surprise. "Oh, I am terribly sorry," she replied, her voice as smooth and flowing as the tides. "I didn't realize. Here, please take it." Kale hesitated, caught off guard by the kindness in her gesture. "No, it's all right," he said, his tone softening. "Perhaps we can share it?" And so, beneath the playful shadows cast by the fluttering market awnings, they divided the starfruit, its succulent flesh promising sweetness to them both. As they spoke, they discovered that despite the vastness of the galaxy and the stark differences of their worlds, they shared a common purpose. Both had come to Vespera seeking the wisdom of the ancients, knowledge that could heal their respective worlds from the blights of drought and pollution. Their journey together began with hesitant steps, marked by moments of uncertainty and cultural missteps. Nerida, accustomed to the fluid communication of her people, often found Kale's blunt manner jarring. Conversely, Kale, who thrived in the directness of his desert kin, found Nerida's subtlety puzzling. Yet as they traveled across Vespera through its verdant forests and crystalline lakes, they began to appreciate the depth of each other's perspectives. In the heart of Vespera's ancient forest, beneath the sprawling branches of the whispering trees, they faced their first true challenge. A tempest rolled in, the likes of which neither had seen before, a storm of cosmic energy that threatened to tear the very fabric of the forest apart. The skies roared with electric fury, and the air crackled with the promise of chaos. Nerida, with her affinity for water, attempted to calm the storm, weaving her own energy into the rain-laden clouds. Meanwhile, Kale, drawing on the strength of his desert roots, sought to anchor them both against the gale's relentless force. It was a dance of elements, a symphony of opposites working in concert, and as they labored together, understanding blossomed between them. In the eye of the storm where silence reigned amidst the fury, Kale turned to Nerida, his voice a quiet rumble beneath the roar. "I see now the strength in your gentleness," he said, his words carrying the weight of newfound respect. "And I," replied Nerida, her eyes shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars, "have learned the power of steadfastness, thanks to you." The storm abated, leaving the forest cleansed and glistening with droplets of luminance. As the sky cleared, revealing the twinkling tapestry of stars above, they knew that they had forged a bond stronger than any tempest. Their journey continued, each step bringing new challenges and deeper understanding. They navigated the labyrinthine archives of Vespera's ancient library, deciphering texts that held the secrets they sought. In moments of quiet study, they shared stories of their worlds, painting vivid pictures of coral reefs and dunes, of iridescent seas and crimson sunsets. Through their trials, they discovered that friendship was not the absence of differences, but the embrace of them. It was in the moments of mutual support, in the laughter shared beneath the starlit sky, and in the silent companionship of a long journey that they found something profound. When at last they stood before the great oracle of Vespera, a being of light and wisdom who held the answers they sought, they did so not as two travelers from distant worlds, but as friends, united in purpose and heart. The oracle, with eyes that mirrored the depths of the universe, bestowed upon them the knowledge to heal their worlds. But more than that, the oracle imparted a simple truth, that the greatest journey is the one that leads to understanding, and that the bonds formed through shared adversity are the most enduring of all. As they prepared to part ways, each returning to their respective planets with the promise of hope, Nerida and Kale lingered for a moment longer, surrounded by the gentle hum of the universe. "Thank you, Kale," Nerida said, her voice a melody of warmth, "for teaching me to stand firm amidst the currents." Kale smiled, a rare softness gracing his features, And thank you, Narita, for showing me the depths of kindness. Until we meet again, my friend. With that, they departed, their hearts lightened by the knowledge that though the galaxy was vast, the connections they forged would always bridge the distance between them. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of 1,000 stars, the unlikely companions found not just the means to save their worlds, but the true meaning of friendship. A bond that transcended the boundaries of space and time, forever illuminating their paths with the gentle glow of shared understanding. Story 15. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald forest, lay the quaint village of Windy Hollow. This village was renowned for its picturesque landscapes, where the air was always tinged with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees created a serene melody. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and blooming gardens, looked as if they had sprung from the pages of an old storybook. It was a place where everyone knew each other, and kindness was the currency that flowed freely among its inhabitants. Amidst this tranquil setting lived a young boy named Oliver. Oliver was a curious soul, with eyes the color of a summer sky and a heart as gentle as the whispering winds that often graced the village. He spent his days exploring the woods, collecting curious pebbles, and listening to the tales spun by the village elders. But what Oliver adored most was his time spent in the company of his best friend, a wise old tortoise named Alder. Alder was no ordinary tortoise. He was ancient and had a shell that shimmered with hues of gold and green, a pattern that seemed to hold stories of the world within its intricate designs. Alder had lived for centuries and had seen more of the world than anyone in Windy Hollow could ever imagine. The villagers believed he was magical, and perhaps he was, for his presence brought a sense of calm and wisdom that was palpable. One warm afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of amber and rose, Oliver sat beside Alder under the sprawling limbs of the great oak. This was their favorite spot, where the grass was always soft and the air filled with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle. "Oliver," Alder began in his slow, thoughtful voice, "have you ever wondered what lies beyond the forest? Beyond the mountains that kiss the sky?" Oliver nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. "I have, Alder. I dream of it often. Do you think there's more to see than just our village?" Alder chuckled, a sound like leaves rustling in the breeze. "Indeed, my young friend, there are worlds hidden within worlds, places where magic is as real as the air we breathe, and sometimes these places find us when we least expect it." Intrigued, Oliver leaned closer. "Have you ever been to one of these hidden worlds?" Alder's eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars. "Once, a long time ago. But it's not my story to tell. It's yours to discover." With these words, Alder nudged something toward Oliver, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was a curious object, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the fading light. Oliver took the box in his hands, feeling a warmth emanate from it, as if it were alive. "What is it?" Oliver asked, his voice barely a whisper. "It's a key," Alder replied, "to finding the hidden places of the world. But remember, Oliver, true magic is not in the finding, but in the journey itself." That night, Oliver lay in bed, the box clutched close to his chest. As he drifted into slumber, his dreams were filled with visions of lush forests, sparkling rivers, and creatures of every shape and size. In his heart, he knew that this was the beginning of an adventure unlike any other. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the world anew, Oliver set off into the forest. The box, carefully tucked into his satchel, seemed to hum with anticipation. Alder watched him go, his gaze gentle and knowing. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. Oliver walked with purpose, his senses attuned to every sound and sight. He followed the path until it split into two, one familiar and well-trodden, the other overgrown and mysterious. Choosing the latter, Oliver ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the light softer, filtered through the canopy of leaves above. It was here, in this secluded part of the woods, that Oliver stumbled upon the entrance to the hidden world, an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy. The box in his satchel began to glow, a gentle light that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the archway, and the world around him shifted. He found himself in a realm unlike any he had ever imagined. The sky was a brilliant tapestry of colors, swirling and shifting like a living painting. The trees towered above, their trunks adorned with luminescent moss, casting a soft glow on the forest floor. As Oliver wandered deeper into this enchanted land, he encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. A family of rabbits with fur that shimmered like moonlight, a flock of birds whose songs wove intricate patterns in the air, and a gentle deer with antlers entwined with delicate flowers. Among these magical denizens, Oliver met a peculiar creature named Lyra. Lyra was a sprite, her form delicate and ethereal, with wings that caught the light like fragments of a rainbow. Despite her diminutive size, Lyra exuded a presence that was both calming and invigorating. "Welcome, young traveler," Lyra greeted, her voice as melodic as the song of a brook. "What brings you to our realm?" "I followed a path," Oliver replied, "and a gift from a friend. I wish to learn about this place and the magic it holds." Lyra nodded, her eyes sparkling with understanding. "Every corner of our world holds a story, and every story is a thread in the tapestry of life. Will you walk with me? There is much to see and learn." Together, they explored the wonders of the hidden world. Lyra showed Oliver the glimmering falls, where water cascaded down in shimmering streams, creating a symphony of sound and light. They visited the whispering glade, where the wind carried secrets and dreams among the leaves. As they journeyed, Oliver discovered a profound truth. The magic of this world was not in the fantastical sights or the extraordinary creatures, but in the connections between them. It was in the way the trees nurtured the earth, how the river gave life to the forest, and how each element was part of a greater whole. Days turned into weeks, and Oliver's heart was filled with the joy of discovery. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon one evening, a shadow fell over the hidden world. The vibrant colors faded and a chill settled in the air. Lyra's expression grew somber. "The balance of our world is threatened," she explained. "A darkness has arisen, seeking to unravel the harmony we hold dear." "What can we do?" Oliver asked, his voice steady and resolute. Lyra smiled, her gaze filled with warmth. "You, Oliver, have the power to mend the threads of our world. With the wisdom you've gained and the friendships you've forged, you can restore the balance." With Lyra's guidance, Oliver embarked on a journey to confront the darkness that threatened the realm. They traveled to the heart of the hidden world, where the shadows loomed thick and heavy. There, Oliver faced the source of the imbalance, a creature born of fear and doubt. It was a shadowy figure, its form shifting and elusive, feeding on the discord it sowed. But Oliver, with the strength of his heart and the support of his newfound friends, stood firm. He remembered Alder's words, "True magic lies in the journey." With this understanding, Oliver reached into his satchel and retrieved the wooden box. It glowed with a light that grew brighter, illuminating the darkness with the warmth of hope and unity. As the light spread, it dispelled the shadows, filling the realm with a radiant glow. The creature of darkness dissolved, leaving behind a sense of peace and harmony. The hidden world was restored, its colors vibrant and alive once more. The creatures rejoiced, their songs echoing through the forest, a celebration of life and renewal. With the danger past, it was time for Oliver to return to Windy Hollow. As he bid farewell to his friends, Lyra placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Remember, Oliver, the magic of this world is within you. Carry it with you always." Oliver nodded, his heart full of gratitude and wonder. He stepped back through the stone archway, the familiar sights and sounds of the forest welcoming him home. As he emerged into the village, the sun was rising, casting a golden light over Windy Hollow. Oliver made his way to the great oak, where Alder awaited him with a knowing smile. "You've seen much," Alder remarked, his eyes twinkling with pride. "I have," Oliver replied, his voice filled with awe. "And I've learned that the greatest magic is not in what we see, but in how we understand and connect with the world around us." Alder nodded, his shell glinting in the morning light. "Wise words, my friend. The world is a tapestry of stories, and you are now a part of it." With these words, Oliver knew that his journey had only just begun. The hidden world had revealed its secrets, and in doing so, had transformed him. He was no longer just a boy from Windy Hollow, but a guardian of magic, carrying the light of understanding and friendship wherever he went. And so, Under the watchful gaze of the great oak, Oliver settled into his place in the world, his heart forever touched by the wonders he had seen and the bonds he had forged. The village of Windy Hollow continued to thrive, its people ever kind and its landscapes ever beautiful. And though life moved on, the tales of Oliver's adventure became woven into the fabric of the village's history, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Oliver grew into a wise and gentle leader, beloved by all who knew him. He often shared stories of the hidden world with the children of the village, his words painting vivid pictures of the wonders he'd experienced. And though he never returned to that enchanted realm, its magic lived on in his heart and in the hearts of those who heard his tales. And so the story of Oliver and the hidden world became a cherished legend in Windy Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, understanding, and the endless journey of discovery that life offers. The end. Story 16. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels upon a velvet sky, there thrived a galaxy known as the Whispering Nebula. Within this nebula, planets spun like colorful marbles across the dark expanse, each harboring life as unique as the hues they wore. And it was here, amidst the swirling cosmic dance, that an unlikely tale of friendship began. On the emerald-hued planet of Silvoria, where the forests whispered secrets to the wind, lived a gentle being named Leora. Leora belonged to a species known as the Sylvans, creatures of grace with skin that shimmered like dew-kissed leaves and eyes that reflected the deep green of their world. They were known for their harmonious existence with nature, tending to the flora with a tenderness that made the forests bloom in vibrant symphonies. Far across the galaxy, on the crimson sands of the desert planet Xantok, another being dwelled. His name was Rax, a Xantorian whose fiery spirit matched the blazing sun of his homeland. The Xantorians, with their rugged exteriors and eyes like molten lava, were a resilient species, thriving in the harsh conditions of their arid world. Despite their intimidating appearance, they possessed a deep sense of honor and kinship. The tale of Leora and Rax began with a cosmic accident. A meteor storm, fierce and unrelenting, had altered the course of their lives. Leora, aboard a Sylvan exploration vessel, was on a mission to study the rare flora of distant worlds. Rax, meanwhile, piloted a Xantorian craft designed for desert reconnaissance. The storm's unexpected fury forced both their ships into an emergency landing on the uncharted moon of Lyra, a place where silver sands met sapphire skies. The moon was quiet, its surface a canvas of serene beauty. Yet beneath its calm facade, it held challenges that neither Leora nor Rax could foresee. As their ships lay grounded, delicate tendrils of misunderstanding began to sprout between them. Leora, with her gentle demeanor, found Rax's brusque manner daunting. Rax, accustomed to the harsh ways of his world, mistook Leora's soft-spoken words for weakness. Their initial interactions were fraught with misinterpretations. Leora's attempts to communicate through the gentle rustling of her vine-like fingers were met with Rax's puzzled frown. Rax's booming voice, in turn, startled the sensitive Sylvan, who recoiled like a fern touched by frost. But necessity, as it often does, became a force that drew them together. The moon of Lyra, with its shifting sands and elusive water sources, tested their resolve. Their first challenge arose when they discovered the moon's temperature plummeted dramatically during its long nights. The chill was unbearable for Rax, used to the warmth of Xantok's sun. Seeing his discomfort, Leora, with an understanding born of her communion with nature, wove a shelter of leaves and vines that captured the day's warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort for the Xantorian. In return, Rax, whose strength was unmatched, helped Leora navigate the moon's treacherous terrain. He carried her across rivers of liquid light that shimmered under the twin moons, protecting her fragile feet from the harsh ground. Slowly, through these acts of kindness, a bridge began to form between the two, built on gestures of care and understanding. Their shared journey revealed the moon's hidden wonders, a forest of crystal trees that sang with the wind, a lagoon of luminescent waters that healed fatigue. Together, they explored these wonders, their initial misunderstandings dissolving like mist under the morning sun. Leora, with her keen insight into nature, shared stories of Silvoria's harmony, teaching Rax the language of the leaves and the songs of the wind. Rax, in turn, shared tales of Xanthoch's resilience, recounting the legends of his people and their unyielding spirit. As they journeyed deeper into the moon's heart, they encountered a formidable challenge, a great chasm that barred their path. The only way forward was a fragile bridge of light, flickering with uncertainty. Fear gripped Leora, who hesitated at the edge, the void below an abyss that seemed to swallow all courage. Rax, sensing her trepidation, offered his hand, his grip firm and reassuring. "Together," he rumbled, his voice a gentle echo in the stillness. With Rax's strength and Leora's trust, they crossed the bridge, each step a testament to their growing bond. On the other side, under the glow of Lyra's moons, they paused, their hearts beating in unison with the pulsing light of the moon. It was there, amidst the quiet splendor of the lunar landscape, that they realized the true meaning of their journey. Friendship, they discovered, was not born of similarity, but of understanding. It was the willingness to see beyond differences, to embrace the unknown with open hearts. Their time on Lyra drew to a close, the repairs on their ships complete. Yet as they prepared to part ways, they knew their friendship would endure, a thread woven into the fabric of the cosmos. As the stars began their nightly dance, Leora and Rax stood side by side, their hands intertwined, a Sylvan and a Xantorian, companions bound by the adventure that had united them. "May the winds guide you," Leora whispered, her voice a gentle breeze. "And may the sands protect you," Rax replied, his words a warm embrace. And so, with hearts alight with newfound understanding, they took to the skies once more, carrying with them the lesson that friendship, like the stars, knows no boundaries, shining brightly across the endless expanse of the universe. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a village where the houses had crooked chimneys and thatched roofs, there lived a little girl named Willow. She had sparkling eyes the color of summer skies and a permanent grin that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. Willow's best friend was an old willow tree that stood tall and proud in her backyard. This wasn't just any ordinary tree, though. You see, Willow's tree could talk, and its name was Whispers. Whispers had seen many seasons come and go, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of the ages. One sunny morning, Willow skipped out to the backyard, eager to share her latest adventure with Whispers. But as she approached the tree, she noticed something peculiar. Whispers' leaves were drooping, and its branches looked downcast. "Whispers, what's wrong?" Willow asked, her brow furrowed with concern. The tree let out a long, creaky sigh. "Oh, Willow, I'm afraid I've lost my magic." Willow gasped, her eyes growing wide. "Lost your magic? But how?" Whispers explained that every few decades, willow trees like itself needed to renew their magic by soaking up the first rays of the summer solstice sunrise. But this year, a mischievous group of pixies had built a fort right in the path of the solstice sun, blocking Whispers from receiving its magical rays. Willow knew she had to help her dear friend. She gathered her courage and set off into the enchanted forest, determined to reason with the pixies and convince them to move their fort. As she ventured deeper into the woodland realm, she encountered all sorts of delightful creatures, chattering squirrels with acorn caps, toadstools that danced a jig, and a family of friendly gnomes tending to their mushroom patch. Finally, Willow stumbled upon the pixies' fort, a whimsical construction of twigs, leaves, and flower petals. She knocked on the tiny door, and a pixie with dragonfly wings answered, her face smeared with berry juice. "Hello, little one," Willow said kindly. "My name is Willow, and I've come to ask if you might move your fort. You see, it's blocking the solstice sun from reaching my friend Whispers, the willow tree." The pixie scratched her head, considering Willow's request. "Well now, that is a pickle," she mused. "We've worked ever so hard on our fort, and it would be a shame to move it." Just then, a brilliant idea struck Willow. "What if I could help you build an even grander fort, one that wouldn't block the sun from Whispers?" The pixie's eyes lit up with delight. Oh, that would be simply splendid. And so Willow and the pixies worked tirelessly, crafting a magnificent fort from fallen branches, silky spiderwebs, and clusters of wildflowers. When their masterpiece was complete, the pixies eagerly moved into their new home, leaving the path clear for the solstice sun to shine upon Whispers. As the first golden rays peeked over the horizon, Whispers began to glow with a warm, radiant light. Its leaves unfurled and its branches stretched towards the sky, soaking up the magical rays. Willow giggled with joy, overjoyed to see her friend's magic restored. And from that day on, the pixies and Willow remained the best of friends, embarking on countless adventures and filling the enchanted forest with laughter and merriment. Story 18. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to those who paused to listen, nestled the quaint village of Luminara. This village, with its cobblestone paths and lantern-lit cottages, was known for its gentle magic that seemed to weave through every leaf and stone, creating an ambiance of peace and wonder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the villagers gathered around the central square for the annual Lantern Festival. Children giggled as they chased flickering fireflies, while the elders shared stories of old under the glow of hanging lanterns, each one swaying gently with the evening breeze. Yet amid the laughter and warmth, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find the cobblestone paths rearranged, forming intricate patterns that no one could decipher. The patterns were beautiful, like lace spun from moonbeams, but their sudden appearance left the villagers puzzled. Amidst the curious onlookers was young Marin, a girl with eyes the color of the forest canopy and a heart brimming with curiosity. Marin, known for her thoughtful nature, decided it was time to unravel the mystery. She donned her favorite cloak, the one woven with threads of starlight, and set out to seek advice from Luna, the wise owl who resided in the tallest oak of the Whispering Woods. The path to Luna's tree was lined with wildflowers whose petals seemed to hum a gentle melody. Marin closed her eyes for a moment, breathing in their sweet perfume, letting it fill her with calm determination. When she reached the ancient oak, Luna was waiting, her amber eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Luna," Marin began softly, "the cobblestones are shifting each night, and no one knows why. Can you help me understand?" Luna tilted her head thoughtfully, her feathers rustling like pages of an old book. "Marin, my dear, the world speaks in whispers and signs. The answer lies in observing what is often overlooked." With a gentle nod, Marin thanked Luna and made her way back to the village, her mind alight with possibilities. That evening, as the villagers settled into their homes, Marin decided to keep watch, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive cobblestone artist. The moon rose high, casting silver shadows that danced across the village square. As Marin sat quietly, her eyelids growing heavy, a soft, tinkling laughter caught her attention. Startled awake, she watched as tiny figures, no taller than a tulip, emerged from the shadows. They were the cobblers, a merry band of woodland sprites known in legends but rarely seen. With nimble fingers and twinkling eyes, they rearranged the cobblestones, creating patterns that told stories of the forest, of rivers that sang and stars that dreamed. Marin watched in awe, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. These patterns were gifts, a way for the forest to share its tales with the village. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the cobblers vanished into the morning mist, leaving their latest masterpiece for all to see. The following day, Marin gathered the villagers to share what she had discovered. Together they admired the intricate designs, now appreciating them not as puzzles to be solved, but as stories to be cherished. Each pattern became a prompt for their imaginations, inspiring tales and songs that echoed through the village long after the festival ended. And so, Luminara continued to thrive, its paths adorned with the ever-changing art of the cobblers. Marin often found herself wandering the woods, listening to the whispers of the trees, her heart forever open to the magic that danced around her. In the gentle glow of the lanterns, as the village settled into slumber, Marin would whisper a quiet thank you to the cobblers and to Luna, feeling the warmth of the mystery solved and the beauty of a world where magic and friendship intertwined. And thus, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Luminara slept peacefully, cradled in the embrace of the whispering woods, where every stone had a story and every heart had a song. Story 19. In the far reaches of the cosmos, where stardust shimmered like a sea of diamonds and nebulae painted the sky with hues of violet and gold, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Etheris. Etheris was a lush world, teeming with life, and home to a species called the Lumina, ethereal beings whose very essence glowed softly like 1,000 tiny lanterns floating in the night. On a particularly balmy evening, under the gentle glow of Atheris's twin moons, a young Lumina named Lyra wandered through the glistening emerald forest, her thoughts a swirl of curiosity and longing. Lyra's luminescence was a soft teal, flickering gently with her emotions. She often dreamed of what lay beyond her own world, of distant stars and unexplored planets. It was during one of these moonlit wanderings that she stumbled upon something extraordinary, a sleek, metallic object, half buried in the mossy ground. With wide eyes and a fluttering heart, Lyra approached cautiously. The object was a craft from another world, and emerging from within it was a figure unlike any she had seen before. The newcomer was a tall, sleek creature whose skin shimmered like liquid silver under the moon's glow. It was a Vensari, a species known for their wisdom and calm demeanor. The Vensari's name was Jax, and as he stepped out of his craft, his eyes, deep pools of midnight, met Lyra's curious gaze. At first, the meeting was awkward. Lyra and Jax spoke in halting, uncertain tones, their words sometimes lost in translation. The Lumina communicated through gentle pulses of light and emotion, while the Vensari used a more structured verbal language. Yet, despite these differences, something unspoken passed between them, a shared understanding, a spark of kinship. As days turned into weeks, Lyra and Jax began to spend more time together. Jax was stranded, his spacecraft damaged by a sudden asteroid storm, and he needed time to repair it. In the meantime, Lyra introduced him to the wonders of Atheris, the luminous waterfalls that sang in the moonlight, the fields of whispering flowers that changed colors with the breeze, and the ancient trees whose roots held the history of the world. In turn, Jax shared stories of his own world, of the Vensari's tranquil oceans and vast star-studded skies. His tales were painted with the colors of distant suns and the echoes of celestial winds. Lyra listened, entranced, her teal glow deepening with each new story. Their friendship blossomed, but it was not without its trials. There came a night when a misunderstanding threatened to pull them apart. Jax, in his desire to return to his people, had worked tirelessly on his craft, often disappearing for long hours. Lyra, feeling neglected and unsure, misinterpreted his actions as a desire to leave her world and their friendship behind. The air between them grew tense, filled with unspoken words and flickering misunderstandings. It was during a particularly stormy night, as the winds howled through the trees and lightning danced across the sky, that their silence broke. Jax, sensing Lyra's distress, reached out to her, his silver hand gently touching her glowing form. "I'm not leaving because I want to," Jax said softly, his voice barely audible over the storm. "I must return to my people, but it doesn't mean I wish to leave our friendship behind." Lyra's glow softened, her heart lightening with understanding. "I was afraid," she admitted, her light pulsing gently, "afraid that once you left, our bond would fade like the morning mist." Jax smiled, a warmth spreading through his being. "Friendship, true friendship, knows no bounds," he replied. "It spans the stars and reaches across the universe. It is a light that never dims." With renewed understanding, they both found comfort in the knowledge that their connection was not bound by space or time. In the days that followed, they worked together to repair Jax's craft, their teamwork a testament to their growing bond. Finally, the day came when the craft was ready. Lyra and Jax stood side by side at the edge of the forest, the twin moons casting their gentle light over them. They exchanged gifts, a small, glowing crystal from Atheris and a shimmering pendant from Vensari, tokens of their friendship and the adventures they had shared. As Jax prepared to leave, he turned to Lyra, his midnight eyes soft with emotion. "Remember, no matter where you are in the universe, you will always have a friend among the stars." Lyra's light flickered warmly, a smile in her heart. "And you, a friend on Atheris." With a final gentle embrace, Jax stepped into his craft. Lyra watched, her heart full, as the vessel lifted into the starlit sky, leaving a trail of silver light behind. Though the stars were vast and the galaxies endless, Lyra knew that the bond she shared with Jax would endure, a testament to the power of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. As she turned back towards her home, the night air was filled with a sense of peace and promise. a reminder that even the greatest distances could not dim the light of a true, kindred spirit. Story 20. The Whispering Grove. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, where the air carried the sweet scent of blooming lavender, lived a young boy named Finn. His hair was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes mirrored the deep blue of the sky on a clear day. Finn was known for his curious spirit and gentle heart, traits that led him to spend hours exploring the lush woods that bordered the village. The villagers often spoke of the Whispering Grove, a secluded part of the forest where the ancient trees seemed to murmur secrets to those who dared to listen. It was said that the grove held a magical object, a mirror that could reveal one's true self. Many had searched for it, but none had returned with tales of success. Finn, however, was intrigued by the legend. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, he set out on a journey to find the Whispering Grove. With a satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of honeyed milk, he ventured deeper into the forest than he had ever gone before. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched gently with each step. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced like sprites on the forest floor. Birds sang melodious tunes, and a breeze rustled the branches, creating a melody that was both soothing and mysterious. As Finn walked, he noticed the woods changing around him. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker, and their leaves a deeper shade of emerald. The air became cooler, tinged with the earthy scent of moss and rich soil. He felt a sense of calm wash over him, as if the forest itself was welcoming him into its embrace. After hours of walking, Finn's senses tingled with anticipation. The path opened into a clearing, and there, in the heart of the grove, stood the fabled mirror. It was framed with twisting vines that bloomed with flowers in every color imaginable. The surface of the mirror was smooth and clear, reflecting the surrounding trees with an uncanny clarity. Finn approached the mirror cautiously, his reflection peering back at him with a curious gaze. As he stood before it, the world around him seemed to fade away, leaving only the soft whisper of the trees. The mirror's surface shimmered, and Finn's reflection changed, revealing not just his outer appearance, but the essence of his soul. In the reflection, Finn saw himself as he truly was, a boy with a heart as vast as the ocean, filled with kindness and courage. But he also saw his fears and doubts, the shadows that crept into his thoughts when he felt uncertain. He realized that while he was gentle and brave, he often hesitated to show his true self, fearing judgment from others. The mirror's magic did not stop there. It began to glow softly, and images of Finn's past unfurled before him, moments when he had shown compassion and strength. He saw himself comforting a friend, sharing his lunch with a hungry stranger, and standing up for what he believed was right. These memories reminded him of his capacity for goodness, and with each scene, his heart swelled with warmth. As the images faded, Finn understood that the mirror was not merely a magical object, but a tool for introspection and growth. It showed him that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the strength to embrace one's flaws and virtues alike. With this newfound wisdom, Finn felt a lightness in his heart, as if a burden he hadn't known he was carrying had been lifted. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the grove. Finn knew it was time to return home. He took one last look at the mirror, thanking it silently for the gift it had given him. As he retraced his steps through the forest, Finn felt different. The journey had changed him, not in appearance, but in spirit. He walked with a newfound confidence, eager to share his adventures and the lessons he'd learned with the villagers. When Finn returned to the village, his family and friends gathered eagerly around him, curious to hear of his journey. As he recounted his tale, they listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder. Finn spoke of the Whispering Grove, the magical mirror, and the reflections that had revealed his true self. The villagers were moved by Finn's story, and his courage inspired them to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. They realized that the Whispering Grove was not just a place in the forest, but a symbol of the introspective journey each of them could take in their own hearts. From that day forward, the village thrived with a renewed sense of unity and understanding. The people grew kinder and more compassionate, supporting one another in times of need and celebrating each other's strengths. As for Finn, he continued to explore the wonders of the world around him, guided by the wisdom he'd gained from the magical mirror. He became a storyteller, sharing tales of adventure and self-discovery with anyone willing to listen. And so the legend of the Whispering Grove lived on, a gentle reminder of the power of self-reflection and the beauty of embracing one's true self. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the village lay under a blanket of stars, the soft whispers of the grove could still be heard, carrying the timeless secrets of the forest to those with open hearts. In the warmth of his home, seated by the crackling fireplace, Finn would often recount his journey to children eager for bedtime stories. As the flames danced and the shadows flickered, he would emphasize the importance of kindness and courage, weaving subtle lessons into his tales. The children listened, their eyes heavy with sleep, but their spirits lifted by the enchanting stories. Finn's voice, gentle as a lullaby, would guide them into slumber, their dreams filled with magical groves and mirrors that reflected the true beauty within. And as the night deepened, the village rested peacefully, its heart beating in time with the whispers of the ancient forest. Thus, the tale of the Whispering Grove continued to inspire generations, its echoes resonating through the ages, a testament to the power of reflection and the enduring strength of a kind heart. Story 21. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and lush green meadows, life moved at a gentle pace. The village was surrounded by ancient woods, where the sunlight filtered through leaves in patterns of gold and emerald, casting a dappled glow on the forest floor. The villagers were a close-knit community, bound by shared stories and traditions, with an unyielding respect for the mysteries that lay beyond their fields and homes. On the edge of Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Leora. She was known for her curious nature and a heart as wide as the sky. With hair that danced like flames in the wind, and eyes that sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 stories, Leora had an insatiable thirst for adventure. Her days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, always seeking the hidden corners of the world that others overlooked. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves blazed in fiery hues of orange and red, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers of a hidden glade deep within the forest, a place said to be touched by magic. It was rumored to house an ancient tree, the heartwood tree, which held secrets of life and time within its gnarled branches. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with bread and cheese for the journey, Leora made her way through the village and into the welcoming arms of the forest. The path was familiar at first, lined with the comforting scent of pine and the soft chorus of birdsong. But soon the trail grew wilder, swallowed by the dense underbrush and the shadows that danced beneath towering oaks. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora felt a tingling excitement mingled with a touch of trepidation. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered secrets through the leaves. She followed a narrow stream, its waters murmuring over smooth stones, until she came upon a clearing bathed in otherworldly light. In the center of this hidden glade stood the heartwood tree, its trunk wide and twisted, its roots sprawling like ancient fingers into the earth. The tree seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, and Leora approached it with reverence, her footsteps soft on the moss-covered ground. As she circled the tree, her fingers brushed against its bark, rough yet warm to the touch. She felt a connection, a thread of kinship that wove through her like a gentle song. It was then that she noticed a small, hollow knot in the tree, just at eye level. Peering inside, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. Her heart quickened with curiosity, and she gently lifted the box from its resting place. As she did, a soft hum filled the air, and the symbols on the box glowed faintly. With careful hands, she opened the box to reveal a delicate silver pendant nestled within. It was shaped like a teardrop, with a crystal at its center that caught the light in 1,000 hues. Leora felt a warmth spread through her fingers as she held it, a comforting presence that seemed to whisper promises of wonder and discovery. Intuitively, she slipped the pendant over her head, feeling its weight settle against her chest. As she did, the world around her seemed to shift, colors growing more vibrant, the air alive with the scent of blooming flowers and distant rain. It was as if she had stepped into a realm where magic threaded through every leaf and stone. Leora spent hours in the glade, exploring the newfound sensations that the pendant awakened in her. She discovered she could understand the language of the birds, their songs weaving tales of far-off lands and ancient skies. The trees seemed to sway in rhythm with her heartbeat, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the world, Leora reluctantly made her way back to the village, the pendant a comforting presence against her chest. She returned home with a heart full of wonder and a mind brimming with questions. Over the next few days, Leora's life transformed in ways she had never imagined. The pendant seemed to amplify her senses, allowing her to see the beauty in the smallest details of everyday life. The villagers noticed a change in her too, for she carried with her an aura of calm and wisdom that belied her years. One evening, as the village gathered around the central fire for their weekly storytelling, Leora shared her newfound insights. The villagers listened, entranced, as she spoke of the magic that lay hidden in their world, of the stories whispered by the wind, and the lessons held within the beating hearts of every living creature. Her tales sparked a sense of wonder in the hearts of all who listened, reminding them of the magic that lay within their own lives. And as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, Leora felt a deep sense of belonging, knowing that the village, the forest, and the secrets of the heartwood tree were all a part of her story. Days turned into weeks, and Leora continued to explore the mysteries of the pendant and the world it revealed to her. She learned to listen with her heart, to see with her soul, and to embrace the magic that danced through the everyday moments of life. One morning, as a soft mist curled through the village and the world was bathed in the gentle light of dawn, Leora set out once more to the heartwood tree, eager to uncover more of its secrets. As she approached the glade, she noticed a figure standing beneath the tree, cloaked in shadow and mystery. The figure turned to face her, revealing an old woman with eyes that sparkled like the stars. Her hair was silver, flowing like moonlight over her shoulders, and her presence exuded a quiet strength and wisdom. "Welcome, Leora," the woman said, her voice a melody that resonated in the air. "I have been waiting for you." Leora felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of recognition that transcended words. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the keeper of the heartwood," the woman replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry its legacy." Leora's heart skipped a beat. "But why me?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder and disbelief. "Because you see the world with a heart full of curiosity and kindness," the keeper said, her eyes shining with approval. "You have the gift of seeing beyond the surface, of understanding the magic that weaves through the fabric of life." The keeper gestured to the pendant around Leora's neck. "The pendant is a key, a bridge between worlds," she explained. "It allows you to tap into the magic of the heartwood, to learn from its wisdom, and share it with others." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and purpose. "I will do my best," she promised, her voice steady with resolve. The keeper placed a gentle hand on Leora's shoulder. "Remember, child, that true magic lies not in what you see, but in how you see it," she said softly. "Let your heart be your guide, and you will find your way." With those words, the keeper faded into the light, leaving Leora alone in the glade, the pendant warm against her chest. She stood there for a long moment, feeling the heartbeat of the forest pulse through her, a rhythm that echoed the song of the universe. From that day forward, Leora embraced her role as the keeper of the heartwood's legacy. She shared the wisdom she learned with the village, teaching them to see the beauty and magic that surrounded them every day. With the pendant as her guide, she continued to explore the hidden wonders of the world, her heart open to the lessons they held. The village of Willowbrook thrived, nourished by the magic and wisdom that Leora brought to their lives. And as the years passed, the story of the heartwood tree and the girl with the pendant became a cherished legend, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay within every heart. And so in the gentle embrace of the forest and the warmth of the village, Leora found her place, a bridge between worlds, a keeper of secrets, and a bearer of light. Her story, like the magic of the heartwood, lived on, woven into the tapestry of life, a testament to the power of curiosity, kindness, and the magic that dwells within us all. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there existed a hidden world untouched by time. This forest was no ordinary place, for within its shadows lay a realm of magic and mystery, known only to those who listened closely and believed deeply. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that caressed the feet of those who ventured into its depths. The forest was home to a young girl named Seraphina, who lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, had always encouraged Seraphina to explore the world around her, to listen to the songs of the birds, and to watch the dance of the butterflies. It was her grandmother who first told her the tales of the hidden world within the forest, tales of kindness and courage, and of friends found in the most unexpected places. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Seraphina set out on her daily wanderings. The forest was alive with color, the leaves a vibrant tapestry of red, orange, and yellow. Seraphina loved this time of year, loved the way the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the coming winter. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Beneath the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, shimmering object. Curiosity piqued, Seraphina knelt down and gently picked up the object. It was a delicate, silver locket, warm to the touch and intricately engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as she held it. As she turned the locket over in her hands, a soft voice, barely more than a whisper, floated on the breeze. "Open it, dear one," the voice murmured, and Seraphina, feeling a strange sense of calm, did as she was bid. Inside the locket lay a tiny, glowing key, pulsing with a gentle light that seemed to resonate with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Suddenly, the world around her seemed to shimmer and blur, and when it settled again, Seraphina found herself standing at the threshold of a hidden world. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and music, and the colors were brighter and richer than anything she had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in riotous profusion, and everywhere she looked, creatures both familiar and fantastical went about their daily lives. Seraphina felt a tug at her sleeve and turned to see a small, mischievous-looking sprite grinning up at her. "Welcome, welcome," the sprite chirped, its wings a blur of iridescent color. "We've been waiting for you. We have. You found the key, so you must be the one." "The one?" Seraphina echoed, bewildered but intrigued. "Yes, yes," the sprite nodded vigorously. "The one to help us with our little problem. You see, our world is in a bit of a pickle, and we need someone with a kind heart and a brave spirit to set things right." Seraphina's heart swelled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She had always dreamed of adventures and of making a difference, and now it seemed her chance had come. "What do you need me to do?" she asked, determination in her voice. The sprite clapped its hands in delight. Follow me, it sang, darting off into the vibrant wonderland. Seraphina hurried after it, her feet barely touching the ground as she raced through the enchanted landscape. They arrived at a glen where the air was heavy with an unusual stillness, the kind that precedes a storm. In the center of the glen stood a circle of stones, their surfaces etched with ancient runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Gathered around the stones were a group of creatures: an owl with eyes like liquid amber, a fox with fur like molten copper, and a bear with a coat as thick and dark as midnight. The sprite fluttered to a stop beside the owl, who regarded Seraphina with a gaze both wise and weary. "Thank you for coming," the owl said, its voice deep and resonant. "We have been waiting for someone like you to help us restore balance to our world." Seraphina nodded, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. "What is it that needs to be done?" she asked. The fox stepped forward, its movements smooth and graceful. "There is a tree, the heartwood tree, that stands at the center of our world. It is the source of all magic here, and recently it has begun to wither. We do not know why, but if the tree dies, our world will fade away." The bear rumbled softly, a sound like distant thunder. "We believe that something or someone is sapping the tree's strength, but we cannot find the source. We need someone from outside our world to see what we cannot." Seraphina felt a surge of resolve. "I will do whatever I can to help," she promised, and the creatures around her relaxed, their eyes filled with gratitude. The owl nodded approvingly. "Very well. We will guide you to the heartwood tree, but the rest will be up to you." With the sprite leading the way, Seraphina and her new companions set off through the forest, the path winding and twisting beneath the canopy of leaves. As they traveled, Seraphina marveled at the wonders around her. She saw unicorns grazing in sun-dappled meadows, merfolk singing in crystal-clear streams, and dragons soaring high above the treetops, their scales glittering in the sunlight. Finally, they reached a grove where the heartwood tree stood, its trunk massive and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward like supplicants. But the tree was not as it should have been. Its bark was cracked and dry, its leaves limp and lifeless. The sight filled Seraphina with a deep sadness, and she knew she had to find the cause of the tree's suffering. As she approached the tree, she felt a strange tingling sensation, and the locket around her neck began to glow. She stopped, closing her eyes and listening with every fiber of her being. Slowly, a faint sound reached her ears, a sound like a heartbeat, weak and faltering. Seraphina opened her eyes, her gaze drawn to a shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the grove. It was a creature unlike any she had seen before, its form shifting and insubstantial, its eyes filled with a cold, hungry light. Without hesitation, Seraphina stepped forward, her voice steady and clear. "Why are you harming the heartwood tree?" she demanded. The creature hissed, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "I take its strength because I am weak. Without it, I will fade into nothing." Seraphina's heart ached with compassion, for she understood the creature's fear of being lost and forgotten. "There must be another way," she said gently, "a way for you to find your place without harming this world." The creature paused, its eyes narrowing as if considering her words. "What do you propose, child?" Seraphina thought for a moment, then spoke with conviction. "If you stop draining the tree, I will help you find a way to live in harmony with this world. There is magic here, enough for all, if we learn to share it." The creature's form flickered uncertainly, and for a moment Seraphina feared it would refuse. But then it nodded slowly, its eyes softening. "Very well. I will trust you, though I have never trusted anyone before." With a sigh that echoed through the grove, the creature withdrew its tendrils from the heartwood tree, and immediately the tree began to revive. Its leaves lifted, its bark smoothed, and a soft glow suffused its trunk, a glow that spread outwards, enveloping the entire forest. The creatures around Seraphina watched in awe as the grove was filled with a sense of peace and renewal. The bear rumbled in contentment, the fox danced with joy, and the owl blinked slowly, a smile in its eyes. The sprite flitted over to Seraphina, its face alight with gratitude. "You did it! You saved the heartwood tree!" Seraphina smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "We did it together," she said, looking at her new friends and the creature she had helped to redeem. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with shades of twilight, Seraphina knew it was time to return to her own world. The creatures escorted her back to the clearing where she had first found the locket, their eyes filled with thanks and affection. Before she left, the owl spoke once more. "You have shown us the power of kindness and the strength that comes from understanding. You are always welcome here, dear one." With a final wave, Seraphina turned the key in the locket, and the hidden world faded away, leaving her standing once more in the familiar forest she called home. The journey had changed her in ways she was only beginning to understand, but as she walked back to her grandmother's cottage, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the magic of friendship and the power of compassion were the true treasures she had discovered, and they would guide her always. And so, with the stars twinkling above and the forest whispering its gentle lullabies, Seraphina returned home, her heart full of hope and wonder, ready to dream of new adventures yet to come. Story 23. Once upon a time, In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the gentle embrace of a murmuring river, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was a tapestry of stone cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by fields that danced with wildflowers in the summer breeze. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the laughter of the villagers often mingled with the songs of the birds that called the ancient oak trees home. Leora had always felt a deep connection to the land, as if the very soil whispered secrets only her heart could hear. She often wandered along the riverbank, mesmerized by the way the sunlight played upon the water's surface, creating patterns that seemed to change with every passing moment. It was during one of these solitary walks that she stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled between the roots of a gnarled old oak tree, Leora found a small wooden box, worn with age, but intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. As she gently lifted the box, a sense of warmth and familiarity washed over her, as if she were cradling a piece of her own soul. The box opened with a soft click, revealing a delicate pendant shaped like a crescent moon, its surface etched with the same mysterious symbols. Leora's grandmother, the village storyteller and keeper of ancient lore, had often spoken of such artifacts in her tales. She would gather the children by the hearth, her voice a soothing melody, as she wove stories of their ancestors and the magical legacies they had left behind. Remembering these tales, Leora felt a flutter of excitement mingled with awe. Perhaps this pendant was a key to understanding her own roots, a tangible connection to the stories that had always felt like whispers from the past. With the pendant safely tucked under her blouse, Leora hurried home to her grandmother's cottage, the path lined with marigolds and the soft hum of bees. Her grandmother was sitting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with the crackling logs. The room was filled with the comforting scent of chamomile tea and freshly baked bread. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice a mix of wonder and anticipation, "I found something by the river today." Her grandmother looked up, her eyes twinkling with curiosity and wisdom. Leora handed her the pendant, watching as her grandmother's fingers traced the familiar symbols. A tender smile spread across the old woman's face, and she motioned for Leora to sit beside her. "This pendant," her grandmother said softly, "belongs to our family. It was crafted by your great-great-grandmother, a woman of remarkable strength and kindness. She believed that the moon held a special magic, a gentle power that could guide us through the darkest nights." Leora listened intently, the warmth of the fire seeping into her bones. Her grandmother continued, her voice a soothing lullaby. "The crescent moon is a symbol of new beginnings and the endless cycle of life. By wearing this pendant, you carry with you the wisdom of those who came before, their hopes and dreams flowing through your veins." As her grandmother spoke, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she were part of a story much greater than herself. She realized that the pendant was not just a relic of the past, but a reminder of the enduring spirit and resilience of her ancestors. It was a legacy of love and courage that she was now privileged to uphold. In the days that followed, Leora wore the pendant close to her heart. She walked through the village with a newfound sense of purpose, her footsteps echoing the rhythm of those who had walked before her. She shared her discovery with the villagers, young and old alike, and together they celebrated their shared heritage, their voices rising in songs that filled the air with joy and harmony. Through her journey, Leora learned that understanding one's roots was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present and nurturing the future. The lessons of her ancestors resonated deeply within her, teaching her the importance of kindness, unity, and respect for the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora found her place in the world, her heart aglow with the light of her family's legacy. The village, too, thrived, its people bound together by the threads of their shared history, each day a testament to the power of love and the enduring magic of tradition. As the years passed, Leora became the village storyteller, her voice a gentle caress that soothed the youngest of listeners to sleep. She would weave tales of the crescent moon and the timeless bond it symbolized, ensuring that the legacy of her ancestors would continue to shine brightly, guiding future generations through the ever-turning wheel of life. And in the quiet moments, when the world was hushed and the stars began to twinkle, Leora would sit by the river, the pendant glinting softly against her skin, and feel at peace. She was home, her heart forever intertwined with the land and the stories that had shaped her. The end. Story 24. In the heart of a gentle, rolling forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sun dappled the ground with light, there lay a small village known as Bramble Brook. It was a place where magic hummed softly beneath the surface of everyday life, like a melody waiting to be sung. The villagers went about their days with a quiet joy, tending gardens that bloomed in vibrant colors and weaving stories that twined through the air like sweet-smelling smoke. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as endless as the sky above. Her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, and her heart was as warm and inviting as the hearth in her little cottage. Lila loved nothing more than to explore the nooks and crannies of Bramble Brook, her faithful companion, a plump tabby cat named Pippin, always at her heels. One crisp morning, as the village awoke to the gentle song of birds and the sun stretched its golden arms over the horizon, Lila noticed something peculiar. The cobblestone path that wound through the village was dotted with delicate, shimmering footprints, much too small to belong to any villager. They glistened like moonlight trapped in dewdrops, leading from the edge of the forest to the heart of Bramble Brook, and then disappearing just as mysteriously as they had appeared. Intrigued, Lila decided to follow the trail, her mind alight with wonder and questions. With Pippin trotting beside her, she traced the path through the village square, past the bakery with its mouth-watering aroma of fresh-baked bread, and towards the edge of the forest where the trees stood like ancient sentinels. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves like liquid gold. The footprints seemed to dance and weave through the underbrush, leading Lila and Pippin to a small glade where the sunlight pooled like a warm, inviting hug. In the center of the glade stood a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled elder tree. His feathers were the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes were like deep pools of amber. The owl, known to the villagers as Sage, was the keeper of the forest's secrets and a trusted friend to those who sought his counsel. "Good morning, young Lila," hooted Sage, his voice smooth and soothing, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "What brings you to this part of the forest on such a fine day?" Lila explained the mystery of the footprints, her words bubbling over with excitement. Sage listened intently, nodding his wise head as he considered her tale. "Ah, the footprints you describe are those of the woodland sprites," he said at last, his eyes twinkling with knowledge. "They are playful creatures, known for their love of mischief and their ability to turn invisible at will. It seems they have taken an interest in our village." Lila's eyes widened with delight. The woodland sprites were creatures of legend, their stories whispered by the fireside on chilly nights. To encounter them was a rare and wondrous thing. "But why would they come to Bramble Brook?" Lila asked, her curiosity insatiable. Sage paused, his gaze drifting towards the canopy above. "Sprites are drawn to places of harmony and happiness, little one. They come to share in the joy and to remind us of the magic that exists in even the smallest things." Feeling the warmth of understanding bloom within her, Lila thanked Sage and promised to keep the sprite's presence a secret. She knew that such magic was delicate and precious, like a butterfly's wing. As Lila and Pippin made their way back to the village, she noticed small signs of the sprite's mischief. A flower bed rearranged into a heart, a twig twisted into a perfect circle, and a tiny wreath hanging from the branch of an apple tree. With each discovery, Lila felt a deeper connection to the world around her, as if the sprites had opened her eyes to the beauty that lay in every nook and cranny of Bramble Brook. She realized that the magic of the sprites was not just in their presence, but in the way they encouraged her to see the world anew, with wonder and appreciation. As the days turned to weeks, the villagers began to notice the subtle changes too. The village seemed brighter, more alive, and laughter echoed more often between the cottages. It was as if the sprites had sprinkled their joy upon Bramble Brook, leaving behind a trail of happiness that was felt by all. One evening, as Lila sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, Pippin curled contentedly in her lap. She reflected on the events of the past few weeks. She had learned that sometimes the greatest mysteries were not to be solved, but to be experienced, and that magic was not always something to be found, but something to be felt. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a mind at peace, Lila drifted into a gentle slumber, the crackling of the fire a soothing lullaby, and the knowledge that the sprites danced somewhere in the moonlit forest a comforting thought. In the end, the mystery of the strange occurrences had led Lila to a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it. Through clever observation and the wisdom of a feathered friend, she had discovered that the greatest magic of all was the power of friendship and the joy of seeing the world through eyes of wonder. And in this magical world of Bramble Brook, where mysteries were gentle and resolutions brought comfort, the villagers slept soundly, knowing that they lived in a place where magic was as real as the love that bound them together. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between gentle rolling hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Clara. She had chestnut brown hair that tumbled down her shoulders like a cascade of autumn leaves, and eyes as bright and curious as the morning sun. Clara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her stories of magic and wonder told by the hearth's warm glow. One breezy afternoon, as Clara wandered through the lush, green meadow that bordered the village, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak tree, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface shimmered under the dappled sunlight, hinting at secrets untold. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Clara knelt down and gently lifted the box. It was surprisingly light and fit perfectly in her hands, as if it had been waiting just for her. Curiosity piqued, Clara carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate silver bell, no larger than a walnut. As she picked it up, the bell emitted a soft, melodious chime that seemed to echo far beyond the meadow, whispering secrets of places unseen and times forgotten. Intrigued, Clara slipped the bell into her pocket, feeling a strange sense of purpose she couldn't quite explain. That evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo and stars peppered the heavens, Clara sat by the fireplace with her grandmother. The warmth of the flames painted the room in hues of gold and amber. Clara shared her discovery with her grandmother, who listened with eyes that twinkled with a knowing light. "My dear," her grandmother began, her voice as soft as the evening breeze, "that bell holds the magic of connection. It is said to reveal the unseen ties that bind all living things. But remember, such magic is not to be wielded carelessly. Its true power lies not in what it can do, but in what it can teach." Clara pondered these words as she drifted to sleep, the gentle crackle of the fire lulling her into a world of dreams. The next morning, she awoke with a renewed sense of adventure. She decided to explore the village, bell in hand, to discover what connections lay hidden in plain sight. As Clara meandered through the cobblestone streets, she encountered a kindly old clockmaker named Tobias. His shop, filled with the rhythmic ticking of clocks, was a place of wonder. Tobias, with his bushy white eyebrows and spectacles perched precariously on the tip of his nose, greeted Clara warmly. "Ah, Clara, what brings you here today?" he asked, peering over his spectacles with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Clara showed him the bell and recounted her grandmother's words. Tobias listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "Perhaps," he mused, "the bell can help you see the rhythm of life, much like the clocks help us see the rhythm of time." Encouraged by Tobias's words, Clara continued her journey. She soon found herself at the village bakery, where the aroma of fresh bread and pastries wafted through the air like a warm embrace. The baker, a jovial woman named Margot, greeted Clara with flour-dusted hands and a hearty laugh. "Ah, Clara, come for a taste of today's delights?" Margot offered, her eyes twinkling like sugar crystals. Clara shared her tale and showed Margot the bell. Margot's laughter softened to a gentle chuckle. "Connection, you say? Well, perhaps it can help you savor the sweetness life offers, much like a perfect pastry," she suggested, handing Clara a warm blueberry scone. As Clara walked through the village square, she came across a group of children playing a game of marbles. They laughed and shouted, their joy a melody in itself. Clara watched, mesmerized by their simple, unbridled happiness. She wondered if the bell could reveal the invisible threads of friendship that bound them together. Inspired, Clara decided to visit the quiet woods at the edge of the village, a place of solace and reflection. As she entered the forest, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine enveloped her like a comforting blanket. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dancing patterns on the forest floor. Clara found a fallen log to sit upon and pulled out the bell. Holding it gently, she closed her eyes and gave it a soft ring. The chime resonated through the forest, blending with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a cuckoo. As the sound faded, Clara opened her eyes to a world that seemed subtly different. The forest was alive with connections she had never noticed before, the way the roots of the trees intertwined beneath the earth, the symphony of birds communicating through song, the gentle murmur of a stream as it wove its way through the underbrush. Clara felt a profound sense of belonging, as though she were part of this intricate tapestry of life. With a heart full of newfound understanding, Clara made her way home. She realized that the bell's magic lay not in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments of connection that wove the fabric of everyday life. Her journey had shown her the beauty in the ordinary, the magic in the mundane. That night, as she sat by the fire with her grandmother, Clara recounted her day's adventures. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her heart warmed by Clara's discovery. "You see, my dear," her grandmother said softly, "the bell's true gift is the wisdom to see the world with eyes of wonder and a heart open to the magic of connection." Clara nodded, understanding now that the most extraordinary secrets often lie hidden within the simplest of things. As she drifted off to sleep, the silver bell by her side, she felt a deep peace, knowing that the world was full of magic, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. And so, in the cozy glow of the hearth, with the gentle crackle of the fire as a lullaby, Clara dreamed sweet dreams of wonder and connection, her heart forever touched by the simple magic of a little silver bell. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was an inquisitive child, always seeking the extraordinary in the seemingly ordinary world around her. One crisp autumn morning, Lily's mother asked her to gather firewood from the forest before the first snowfall. Bundled in her favorite scarf, Lily skipped along the familiar path, humming a merry tune. As she bent to pick up a fallen branch, something caught her eye, a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an iridescent glow. Lily's curiosity was piqued, and she carefully slipped the acorn into her pocket. That night, as Lily drifted off to sleep, the acorn began to emanate a soft, warm light. Suddenly, a tiny figure emerged, no bigger than Lily's thumb, a magical forest sprite named Twiggy. "Greetings, young one," Twiggy said in a voice that sounded like the gentle rustling of leaves. "I am the guardian of this enchanted acorn, and I have been waiting for someone with a pure heart to find me." Lily's eyes widened in wonder, and a newfound adventure began to unfold. Twiggy revealed that deep within the ancient forest lived a wise old oak tree, whose roots held the power to heal the land and restore balance to nature. However, a dark force had taken root, threatening to corrupt the forest's magic. With Twiggy as her guide, Lily embarked on a journey through the mystical woodland realm. Along the way, they encountered a mischievous raccoon named Rusty, who loved to play tricks but had a heart of gold, and a majestic barn owl named Celestia, whose keen eyes and ancient wisdom proved invaluable. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the challenges grew more daunting. Twisted vines trapped them in a tangled maze, and a swarm of angry bees guarded a hidden pathway. But Lily's newfound friends taught her the importance of patience, kindness, and resourcefulness. Rusty showed her how to weave a path through the vines using his nimble paws, while Celestia's soothing melodies calmed the bees and revealed the way forward. Finally, they reached the ancient oak tree, its mighty branches stretching towards the heavens. But a dark fog had enveloped its roots, draining the life force from the forest. Twiggy explained that the fog was born from the doubts and fears of those who had lost their connection to nature. With a heavy heart, Lily realized that the true challenge lay within herself. She had to confront her own worries and insecurities to restore the oak tree's power. Closing her eyes, Lily let go of her fears, embracing the beauty and wonder of the natural world around her. As she did, the enchanted acorn began to glow brighter than ever before, its light piercing through the dark fog. Slowly but surely, the fog dissipated, and the oak tree's roots regained their vibrant energy, spreading life and renewal throughout the forest. Lily had not only discovered the magic within the ordinary acorn, but also the extraordinary power of belief and courage within her own heart. As the sun set over the rejuvenated woodland, Lily bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to keep the magic alive by sharing the wonders of nature with others. From that day forward, Lily saw the world through different eyes, finding enchantment in the simplest of things: a butterfly's dance, a babbling brook, or a single acorn cradled in her palm. For in that ordinary object, she had unlocked an extraordinary world of magic, friendship, and self-discovery, reminding us all that true wonder lies within our own hearts, waiting to be embraced. Story 27. In the gentle heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the foot of the Silver Mist Mountains, where the soft whispers of the wind carried tales of old, there existed a world that few knew, and even fewer had seen. This village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, seemed ordinary at a glance, yet it held secrets as deep as the roots of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the village square. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, a young girl named Leora wandered along the forest's edge. Leora was known for her curious spirit and her gentle heart, traits that endeared her to every villager. Her eyes, the color of the deep sea, sparkled with the promise of adventure, and her laughter was as bright as the morning sun breaking over the mountain tops. Leora's grandmother, a wise woman with a voice like the rustling leaves, often spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of the earth could be seen by those who believed. On this particular morning, Leora's heart felt a pull towards the forest, as if it were calling her name. As she stepped into the embrace of the trees, the air was cool and sweet, laden with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Leora's footsteps were soft, barely disturbing the peaceful symphony that surrounded her, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the babbling of a brook weaving its way through the underbrush. It was along this brook that Leora found something curious: a small, ornate mirror half buried beneath a carpet of moss. Its frame was intricately carved with vines and flowers, and the glass was smooth, reflecting the world with an uncanny clarity. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt an inexplicable connection to this mysterious object. Clutching the mirror, Leora continued her journey deeper into the forest, driven by a sense of purpose she could not yet name. The path twisted and turned, leading her to a clearing where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching high above like the vaults of a grand hall. In the center of this sacred space stood a pond, its waters as still and clear as the mirror she held. As she approached the pond, a gentle voice, soft as the echo of a dream, filled the air. "Welcome, Leora," it said, the sound resonating in her heart like a long-forgotten melody. Startled, she looked around, her eyes wide with wonder. From the shadows of the trees emerged a figure, ethereal and graceful, with eyes that shimmered like stars. It was a creature unlike any Leora had ever seen, with features both human and otherworldly, wrapped in robes that seemed woven from the very light itself. "I am Aveline," the creature introduced, bowing slightly, "guardian of this hidden realm. You have found the Mirror of Whispers, a treasure that reveals the truth of one's heart." Leora held out the mirror, her voice filled with awe. "I didn't mean to take it. I found it by the brook." Aveline smiled, a gentle curve that seemed to brighten the entire clearing. "The mirror found you, dear child. It calls to those who seek to understand themselves and the world around them. It will guide you on a journey, one that will change you if you are willing to listen." Intrigued and emboldened by Aveline's presence, Leora nodded. "I want to learn. I want to see what the mirror can show me." "Then follow me," Aveline said, turning towards the heart of the forest. "There is much to discover." Together they walked side by side, Leora's small hand clutching the mirror, as the world around them shifted subtly. The forest seemed to open like a book, pages turning to reveal secrets long hidden from mortal eyes. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of music, faint and distant, drifted on the breeze. As they journeyed, Aveline spoke of the magic that lay beneath the surface of the world, a web of life connecting all things. Every creature, every leaf, every stone holds a story, Aveline explained, and the mirror helps us see the threads of these stories woven together in harmony. They arrived at a grove where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their trunks entwined as if holding hands. In the center lay a great stone, its surface smooth and polished. Aveline gestured for Leora to sit, and she did, the mirror resting in her lap. "Close your eyes," Aveline instructed softly, "and let the mirror show you what you need to see." Leora obeyed, her lashes fluttering shut as she took a deep breath, feeling the cool stone beneath her and the warmth of the mirror in her hands. Gradually, images began to form in her mind. Visions of the village, the people she knew and loved, and the forest, vibrant and alive. She saw herself as a part of this tapestry, her actions rippling outwards, touching lives in ways she had never imagined. She saw moments of kindness, small and seemingly insignificant, that had blossomed into great change. She saw friends she had yet to meet, and challenges she would face, each one a stepping stone on her path. When she opened her eyes, tears glistened on her cheeks, but her heart felt light, filled with a newfound understanding. Aveline watched her with a serene smile, knowing the mirror had begun its work. "Remember," Aveline said gently, "the mirror's gift is not in showing what is, but what can be. It reveals the potential within us all, the power of choice, of kindness, and of love." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Aveline. I will cherish this gift." Their journey continued, the forest revealing more of its wonders with each step. They met creatures of every kind, tiny sprites that flitted among the flowers, wise old owls that shared their wisdom in hoots and whispers, and gentle deer that watched with curious eyes. Yet, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in shades of twilight, Leora knew it was time to return to her village. She turned to Aveline, her heart heavy with the thought of parting. "You will always have a place here," Aveline assured her, sensing her reluctance. "The forest will welcome you whenever you choose to return." Leora smiled, hugging the mirror close to her chest. "I will come back," she promised, "and I will share what I've learned with others." With a final farewell, Leora retraced her steps, the forest guiding her gently back to the familiar path that led home. As she emerged from the trees, the village lay bathed in the soft glow of evening, its lights twinkling like stars. In the days that followed, Leora's world seemed both larger and more intimate. She moved through her village with a sense of purpose, her heart open to the stories around her. She listened more, spoke with kindness, and found joy in simple acts of friendship. The mirror, her constant companion, reflected not just her image, but the beauty and potential of the world she inhabited. It became an instrument of change, inspiring those she touched to see beyond the surface, to reach out and connect with one another. As autumn turned to winter and winter to spring, Leora grew in wisdom and grace, her journey through the forest leaving an indelible mark on her soul. She became a storyteller, sharing tales of the hidden world and the magic that lay within each of us, her words weaving a tapestry of hope and wonder. And on quiet nights, when the stars shone brightly above the silver mist mountains, Leora would sit by the pond in the forest, the mirror in her lap, her heart filled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone. In the gentle embrace of the trees, she found peace, her soul intertwined with the world around her, a part of the endless story that continued to unfold. In this way, Leora's journey became a beacon of light in her village, a testament to the power of belief, the strength of friendship, and the magic that lies just beyond the veil of everyday life. And as the village prospered, its people united by the bonds of love and understanding, the forest watched over them, a silent guardian of dreams and possibilities, whispering its secrets to those willing to listen. Story 28. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between lush, rolling hills and a dense, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to slow down, and life unfolded gently like the petals of a blooming flower. The village was known for its cobblestone paths lined with blooming lavender, its air perpetually infused with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the faintest hint of pine. But beyond its serene appearance, Elderglen held secrets that danced just beyond the edge of everyday comprehension. Mabel, with her chestnut curls and eyes the color of a stormy sea, was a child of quiet curiosity and boundless imagination. She often spent her days wandering the outskirts of the village, her heart attuned to the subtle symphony of nature. Her favorite place was a meadow bordered by the ancient trees of the Whispering Wood, a forest so named for the mysterious murmurs that rustled through its leaves. One brisk autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel ventured to her beloved meadow. The grass, kissed by the chill of the season, crunched softly beneath her feet. She wore a knitted scarf, wrapped snugly around her neck, and a coat that had once belonged to her grandmother, its fabric worn but warm. As Mabel wandered, her eyes caught a glint of something unusual nestled among the wildflowers. Curiosity piqued, she approached and discovered a small, ornate box, its surface etched with intricate patterns that glimmered in the fading light. It was a deep, mysterious blue, reminiscent of the ocean's depths, and seemed to hum with an energy that was both ancient and alive. Gently, Mabel lifted the box, feeling a peculiar warmth seep through her fingers. Her heart fluttered with the thrill of discovery and a whisper of destiny. With a soft click, the lid opened to reveal a delicate silver amulet shaped like a crescent moon, cradling a gemstone that shimmered with a myriad of colors, emerald greens, sapphire blues, and ruby reds, all swirling like a miniature galaxy. As Mabel gazed into the heart of the amulet, she felt a tingling sensation travel from her fingertips to her very core. In that moment, the world around her seemed to ripple and shift, the meadow fading into a landscape of vibrant hues and ethereal light. She stood at the threshold of a hidden realm, one that pulsed with magic and wonder. Mabel's heart raced with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. She knew, instinctively, that the amulet had unlocked a doorway to this hidden world. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, leaving the familiar behind. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds beyond Mabel's wildest dreams. Lush, verdant forests stretched as far as the eye could see, their leaves whispering secrets in the language of the wind. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of life resonated in a harmonious melody. Creatures both familiar and fantastical roamed this enchanted land. There were deer with antlers adorned with blossoms, foxes with fur that shimmered like moonlight, and butterflies with wings that sparkled with stardust. As Mabel walked, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she had stumbled upon a place that had been waiting for her all along. Among the inhabitants of this magical realm was a wise old owl named Sage, whose eyes were like pools of liquid amber. Sage perched on a low-hanging branch, observing Mabel with a gaze that seemed to pierce through to her very soul. "Welcome, young traveler," Sage hooted softly, his voice a gentle breeze through the canopy. "You have found the amulet of Leora, a relic of great power and responsibility." Mabel, though awestruck, managed to reply, "What is this place, and what must I do?" Sage spread his wings, gesturing to the world around them. "This is the realm of Eldoria, a hidden sanctuary for those who seek the wisdom of the ancients. The amulet you hold binds you to this realm, and with it comes a journey of discovery and growth." Mabel felt the weight of the amulet grow heavier, yet her resolve strengthened. She knew that this journey was meant for her, a path woven into the tapestry of her life. With Sage as her guide, she embarked on an adventure that would change her forever. As they journeyed deeper into Eldoria, Mabel learned of its history and the magic that flowed through every living thing. The realm was sustained by the harmony of nature and the balance of the elements. Yet of late, a shadow had begun to creep into this paradise, threatening its delicate equilibrium. "The source of this darkness lies in the heart of the Whispering Wood," Sage explained. "An ancient spirit, once a guardian of this land, has been corrupted by sorrow and anger. It is your task to restore its spirit and bring peace back to Eldoria." Mabel's heart ached with empathy. She understood the pain of loss and the burden of sorrow. Determined to help, she pressed onward, guided by Sage and the light of the amulet. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where the shadows grew thick and the air was heavy with the scent of decay. There they encountered the spirit, a majestic stag with eyes clouded by despair and antlers twisted and darkened by malevolence. Mabel approached cautiously, her heart reaching out to the tortured creature. "I can feel your pain," she whispered, her voice steady yet gentle. "But there is hope, even in the darkest of times. Let me help you find the light again." The stag regarded her with weary eyes, and in that moment a connection sparked between them. Mabel raised the amulet, its light piercing through the shadows, illuminating the stag's true form, a being of radiant beauty and grace. The stag's transformation was slow, like the first rays of dawn breaking the hold of night. As the darkness receded, the stag's eyes cleared, and a sense of peace washed over the forest. The balance of Eldoria was restored, and with it, the harmony of nature. Mabel felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a mixture of relief and fulfillment. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, not through force, but through compassion and understanding. It was a lesson she would carry with her always, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, light could be found in the simplest of acts. As she prepared to return to her world, Mabel thanked Sage and the creatures of Eldoria. The amulet, now a part of her, glowed softly with the promise of future adventures. Back in the meadow, the air was crisp and clear, the stars twinkling like diamonds in the night sky. Mabel stood for a moment, gazing at the amulet with a smile that spoke of newfound wisdom and a heart forever changed. With a final glance at the whispering wood, she turned toward home, the promise of dreams and untold stories guiding her steps. And as she walked, the gentle rustle of the wind carried a whisper of magic, a reminder that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where mossy trees whispered secrets and the air shimmered with the essence of dreams, there dwelled a hidden realm known only to the creatures of the wood. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, like the mist that caressed the twilight ground. Here, the creatures of the forest lived their lives intertwined with the pulse of nature itself, each being a guardian of the delicate balance that kept their world flourishing. In this mystical forest, where the treetops soared like cathedral spires, there lived a gentle fox named Fennec. His coat was a soft russet, flecked with silver, like the autumn leaves scattered across the forest floor. Fennec was known for his wisdom and gentle heart, a beloved figure among the woodland creatures. He had learned the ways of the forest from the elders, who spoke in hushed tones of the magic that flowed through the roots and streams, binding them all together. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed with them. Spring brought a symphony of blossoms, each petal a note in the vibrant melody of life. Summer's warmth wrapped the woods in a golden embrace, while autumn painted the leaves in hues of amber and scarlet. Winter arrived last, cloaking the forest in a peaceful silence, its breath a crystalline frost that adorned every branch and bough. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Fennec gathered with his friends at the foot of the great oak. This oak was the oldest in the forest, its trunk as wide as a river, and its roots winding deep into the earth. The creatures assembled there were a diverse and harmonious family. A wise old owl named Orla, her feathers soft and dusky like twilight, a lively squirrel called Pippin, whose eyes sparkled with mischief, and a chorus of birds whose songs wove the stories of the forest into the air. Tonight, they had come to speak of the changes they had noticed in their home. The leaves were falling faster than usual, and the chill of winter seemed to be arriving earlier, creeping in with an unexpected haste. Fennec, his eyes reflecting the concern of his friends, spoke softly. "The balance of our forest is delicate," he said, his voice like the murmur of a brook. "We must understand what is happening and how we might help." It was Orla who first offered her insights, her voice a gentle hoot that blended with the rustling leaves. "In my youth, I heard tales from my elders of a magical phenomenon tied to the seasons, a hidden spring deep in the forest, whose waters ensure the harmony of our world." This was news to young Pippin, who scampered closer, his bushy tail twitching with curiosity. "A hidden spring?" he chirped, eyes wide with wonder. How can we find it? The tales say that when the stars align just so, Orla continued, the light of the moon will guide us to it. We must look for the signs and follow them with open hearts. And so, under the gathering twilight, they resolved to seek the spring, trusting in the wisdom of the generations before them. As night enveloped the forest in its velvet embrace, the friends set off, guided by the silvery glow of the moonlight filtering through the canopy above. The path through the forest was a tapestry of shadows and light, the leaves beneath their feet a rustling carpet of whispers. The scent of pine and earth filled the air, grounding them as they ventured deeper into the heart of their world. Along the way, they shared stories and laughter, their companionship a warm glow against the cool night. As the night wore on, they began to notice subtle signs. A trail of star-shaped flowers blooming in the moonlight, their petals glowing like tiny lanterns. These flowers, known as Luna's tears, were said to bloom only where magic was strongest. Encouraged, the friends followed the trail, their hearts alight with hope. At last they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the air hummed with a gentle, otherworldly energy. In the center of the clearing, a pool of water shimmered, its surface a mirror reflecting the starlit sky. This was the hidden spring, its presence a secret known only to those who truly listened to the forest. Fennec approached the spring with reverence, his reflection merging with the stars above. It was said that the waters held the wisdom of the forest, a living memory of all that had come before. As he gazed into its depths, he saw scenes of the past, the elders who had walked these woods, the seasons turning in an eternal dance, and the vibrant tapestry of life that wove them all together. With a gentle paw, Fennec touched the surface of the water, sending ripples that shimmered like silver threads. In that moment, he felt the heartbeat of the forest, the interconnectedness of all things. It was a reminder that they were but one part of a greater whole, each creature playing a vital role in maintaining the balance. As if in response, the spring's waters glowed softly, a promise of renewal and harmony. The air seemed to sigh with relief, the tension that had hung over the forest easing as the natural balance was restored. The friends lingered by the spring, basking in the tranquility of the moment. Pippin chattered excitedly about the tales they would share, while Orla nodded with a wise smile, her eyes twinkling with the light of the stars. Together, they made a vow to honor the wisdom of the spring, to protect their home and its secrets, and to pass on the stories of the forest to those who would come after them. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the greatest gift was the harmony they nurtured, the friendships they cherished, and the love that bound them all. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, the friends made their way back through the forest, their hearts light with the knowledge of what they had found. The forest, once more in balance, sang around them, a lullaby of leaves and whispers, carrying them gently into the new day. And so the ancient forest continued its timeless dance, a world where magic thrived in the harmony of nature, and where the stories of the past guided the footsteps of those who walked in the present. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the wood lived their lives in peace, their hearts aglow with the light of the moonlit spring and the enduring bonds of friendship. Story 30. In the small, picturesque village of Eldergrove, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay a quaint little shop known as the Curious Corner. Its wooden sign creaked gently in the breeze, and inside, shelves brimmed with a delightful assortment of trinkets and oddities. The shop was tended by a kindly old man named Mr. Thistledown, whose twinkling eyes and snowy beard made him seem like a wizard from the stories of old. One chilly autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced from the trees and the air carried a crisp, invigorating scent, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was a curious soul, always eager to discover the hidden wonders of her world. Her eyes sparkled with the excitement of a new adventure as she perused the shelves lined with peculiar objects. Among the many treasures, one particular item caught her attention, a simple, unassuming teacup, nestled in the corner of the shop. It was painted with delicate images of stars and moons, and as Clara reached out to touch it, she felt a gentle warmth radiating from its smooth surface. "Ah, you have found the starry teacup," Mr. Thistledown said, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "There's more to that cup than meets the eye, dear Clara." Intrigued, Clara asked, "What do you mean, Mr. Thistledown?" He leaned closer, his eyes twinkling like the stars themselves. "This teacup holds a secret, a magical ability that reveals the unseen wonders of the world. But it only works for those who seek with an open heart." Clara's curiosity was piqued, and with Mr. Thistledown's gentle encouragement, she decided to take the teacup home. That evening, as the sky deepened into a canvas of indigo and silver, Clara filled the cup with warm chamomile tea. As she sipped, she felt a soothing warmth spread through her, and the room around her shimmered and transformed. To her astonishment, the humble teacup transported her to a meadow bathed in moonlight, where the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers. The stars above glimmered like diamonds scattered across velvet, and a gentle breeze caressed her face. In this enchanted place, Clara met a group of delightful creatures: Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like spun silver; Fern, the playful fox with a coat as vibrant as autumn leaves; and Willow, the gentle deer whose eyes held the secrets of the forest. Each creature had their own unique personality and welcomed Clara with warmth and kindness. Together they embarked on a journey through the moonlit meadow, guided by the soft glow of fireflies and the melody of a distant brook. As they walked, Luna shared stories of the stars, Fern led them in playful games, and Willow taught Clara to listen to the whispers of the wind. Their journey was not without challenges. They encountered a thicket of brambles that seemed impenetrable, a symbolic barrier reflecting the doubts and fears that sometimes crept into Clara's heart. But with the wisdom of Luna, the courage of Fern, and the gentle guidance of Willow, Clara learned to face the challenge not with force, but with patience and understanding. She discovered that the brambles were not there to block her path, but to teach her to find her own way through the maze of life. With each step, she learned to trust in her instincts and the quiet strength within her. As the night wore on, Clara realized that the journey had changed her. She had gained new friends, a deeper understanding of herself, and a newfound appreciation for the magic that lay hidden in the world around her. When the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, Clara found herself back in her cozy room, the starry teacup resting gently in her hands. She smiled, knowing that the magic of the teacup was not just in the journey it had taken her on, but in the way it had opened her eyes to the beauty and wonder of everyday life. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara returned the teacup to the curious corner the next day, sharing her adventure with Mr. Thistledown, who listened with a knowing smile. He nodded, pleased that the teacup had found its way to someone who could truly appreciate its magic. And so Clara's life was forever changed by the starry teacup, and she continued to explore the world with an open heart, cherishing the friendships she had made and the lessons she had learned. In the village of Eldergrove, the story of the starry teacup became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, reminding everyone that the most extraordinary magic is often found in the simplest of things, if only we choose to see it. And as the years went by, the curious corner remained a place of wonder and discovery, inviting all who entered to find the magic within themselves. Story 31. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Song of the Moon. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of the valley, where the morning mists danced with the first light of dawn, lay a quaint little village named Thistledown. Nestled amidst rolling hills and fragrant meadows, this village was a place where time seemed to move a little slower, and the simple joys of life were cherished. The heart of Thistledown was its people, kind-hearted souls who had learned the art of living in harmony with the land and each other. At the edge of Thistledown, where the village met the wilderness, there was a mysterious forest known as the Whispering Woods. No one really knew where the woods began or ended, for it was said to shift and change, as if it were alive. The trees of the Whispering Woods were ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, and their leaves whispered secrets in the breeze that only the most attentive ears could hear. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her curiosity and her gentle heart, always eager to discover the wonders of the world around her. Lila had a special bond with nature, a gift passed down through generations of her family. She could hear the subtle songs of the trees, the whispers of the wind, and the murmurs of the brook. Her grandmother, wise and warm as the sun, often shared stories of the whispering woods and its hidden magic. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned into a canvas of soft purples and oranges, Lila found herself drawn towards the woods. She had heard a new melody on the breeze, a song as elusive as moonlight, and her heart fluttered with an inexplicable longing. With a lantern in hand and a cloak wrapped snugly around her shoulders, she ventured into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the sounds of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves. The path was lit by the silvery glow of the moon, casting dappled shadows that danced in harmony with Lila's footsteps. As she walked deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and a sense of calm washed over her. The trees seemed to lean in, as if welcoming her into their ancient embrace. It wasn't long before Lila stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an old, weathered stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering object. It was a delicate, translucent orb, glowing softly with a light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Lila felt an irresistible pull towards it, her curiosity piqued by the gentle radiance. As she approached, a soft, melodious voice filled the air. "I am the song of the moon," the voice whispered, each word resonating within Lila's soul. "I have been waiting for someone who can hear my song, someone with a heart pure and true." Lila, filled with a mixture of awe and wonder, reached out to touch the orb. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, a cascade of warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of belonging and purpose. The orb glowed brighter, and the clearing was suddenly alive with vibrant colors and shimmering lights. "You have awakened my magic," the song of the moon continued, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "With this gift, you will have the power to hear the unspoken words of the world, to heal, and to bring harmony where there is discord." Overwhelmed by the enormity of the gift she had received, Lila knelt before the orb. "What must I do?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper. "Listen," the song of the moon replied. "Listen to the world around you, and let your heart guide you." For the next few days, Lila roamed the village and the woods, her senses heightened by the magic of the orb. She could hear the whispers of the flowers, the laughter of the brook, and the gentle sighs of the wind. She discovered a world within a world, a hidden realm that existed alongside her own, yet so few could see. One day, while wandering through the forest, Lila met a young boy named Finn. He was small and wiry, with eyes that sparkled with mischief and a grin that could melt the hardest of hearts. Finn had always been considered an outsider in the village, a boy whose wild spirit and untamed nature made him a mystery to the other villagers. Lila, drawn to his enigmatic presence, approached him cautiously. "Hello," she said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of a summer breeze. Finn looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Hello," he replied, his voice tinged with curiosity. As they talked, Lila discovered that Finn too had a connection to the whispering woods. He could hear the songs of the animals and understand the language of the trees. Despite his wild nature, Finn was gentle and kind, a soul who had learned to live in harmony with the land. The two quickly became friends, their bond deepened by their shared connection to the forest. Together, they explored the hidden wonders of the woods, discovering secret glades and hidden streams, and unraveling the mysteries that lay within. One evening, as they sat by the babbling brook, Finn turned to Lila with a serious expression. "There's something I must show you," he said, his voice tinged with urgency. Curious, Lila nodded, and together they ventured deeper into the forest, guided by Finn's sure-footed steps. They eventually arrived at a secluded grove, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. In the center of the grove was a large tree, its trunk adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. "This is the heart of the forest," Finn explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is said that the tree holds the wisdom of the ages, a guardian of the forest and all its secrets." Layla placed a hand on the tree's trunk, feeling the thrum of life beneath her fingers. She closed her eyes, and in that moment, she heard the tree's voice, deep and resonant, like the tolling of a distant bell. "Welcome, child of the moon," the tree said, its voice as ancient as time itself. "You have been chosen to protect the balance of our world." Lila felt a sense of awe and responsibility settle over her. "But how can I do that?" she asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. "Trust in your heart and the magic of the song," the tree replied. "The world is in need of your light." With Finn by her side, Lila set out to fulfill her destiny, using her newfound abilities to heal and bring harmony to the land. She helped the villagers understand the importance of living in balance with nature, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the world around them. As the seasons passed, Lila and Finn became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and acceptance. They learned that true magic lay not in the ability to cast spells or wield power, but in the capacity for love and compassion. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lila and Finn continued their journey, discovering new wonders and unraveling the mysteries of their world. They learned that every creature, every tree, and every stone had a story to tell, a song to sing, and it was their purpose to listen and to share those stories with others. In time, the village of Thistledown became a place of harmony and peace, a shining beacon of hope in a world that had lost its way. The villagers, inspired by Lila and Finn, learned to cherish the simple joys of life and to live in harmony with the land. And so, the tale of the Whispering Woods and the Song of the Moon became a legend, passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that lay within each of us and the power of friendship that could defy all odds. And as the sun set over the valley, casting its golden glow over the land, Lila and Finn sat by the brook, their hearts filled with gratitude and joy. They knew that their journey was far from over, but they faced the future with hope and a deep sense of purpose. For in the end, they had discovered the true meaning of magic, a magic that lay not in the ability to wield power, but in the capacity to love and to be loved. And so, under the twinkling stars and the gentle gaze of the moon, the Whispering Woods continued to sing its ancient song, a melody that echoed through the ages, a reminder of the beauty and wonder of the world, and the enduring power of friendship and love. As the night deepened and the air grew cool, Lila and Finn rested against the trunk of the heart of the forest, the ancient tree standing guard over them, its branches swaying gently in the night breeze. The stars above twinkled like a million tiny lanterns, casting a soft glow over the grove. Lila closed her eyes, listening to the soothing symphony of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, and the gentle babble of the brook. It was a melody that filled her heart with peace and contentment, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay within the world. Finn, his eyes fixed on the starry sky, let out a contented sigh. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the forest, Lila?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder and curiosity. Lila smiled, her heart swelling with the warmth of their friendship. "I do," she replied softly, "but I also know that there is so much to discover here, in our own little corner of the world." Finn nodded, understanding her sentiment. "There's magic everywhere if we know where to look," he agreed, his eyes dancing with mischief. Together they sat in companionable silence, the forest wrapping them in its comforting embrace. They knew that their journey had only just begun, and that there were countless adventures yet to be had. But for now, they were content to simply be, to revel in the simple joy of being together in a world filled with wonder. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Finn rose to their feet, ready to greet a new day. The forest around them came alive with the chorus of birdsong, a symphony of joy that heralded the start of another adventure. With hearts full of hope and a sense of purpose, Lila and Finn set out once more, hand in hand, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For they knew that as long as they had each other, they could overcome anything, guided by the magic of the Song of the Moon and the enduring power of friendship. And so, the tale of Lila and Finn, the guardians of the Whispering Woods, continued to unfold, a story of love, courage, and the timeless magic that lay within the heart of the forest. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its golden light over the land, the two friends ventured forth, their spirits lifted by the melody of the world around them. In the village of Thistledown, the people watched as Lila and Finn disappeared into the forest, their hearts filled with gratitude and admiration for the young guardians who had brought such joy and harmony to their lives. The villagers had learned to cherish the simple beauty of the world, to listen to the songs of nature, and to live in harmony with the land. As the seasons changed and the years passed, the legend of the Whispering Woods grew, a tale of wonder and hope that inspired generations to come. And though Lila and Finn's story became a distant memory, their legacy lived on in the hearts of all who heard it, a reminder of the magic that lay within each of us and the power of friendship that could change the world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the twinkling stars, the Whispering Woods continued to sing its ancient song, a melody that echoed through the ages, a testament to the beauty and wonder of the world and the enduring power of love and friendship. The end. Story 32. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lived a timid young fox named Finley. Finley had a coat as red as the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. But unlike the bold colors he wore, he found himself afraid of change. He loved the familiar paths of the woods, the known sounds of the babbling brooks, and the gentle rustle of the leaves in the breeze. However, the world around him was about to shift in a way he never imagined. One crisp moonlit night, as Finley curled up beneath the watchful branches of an ancient oak, he heard a soft, melodic whisper calling his name. Confused, he lifted his head, his ears twitching towards the sound. It seemed to come from a cluster of glowing mushrooms, their caps shimmering in shades of blue and silver. As Finley approached, a gentle luminescence enveloped him, and he felt a peculiar warmth spread through his body. From the mushrooms emerged a tiny figure, no taller than a few inches, with wings like stained glass and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of the ages. It was Lumina, the forest sprite, known to guide lost souls towards their destinies. Her voice was as soothing as a lullaby, and she spoke with a gentle authority. "Finley," she began, "the forest is changing, and so must you. Embrace the growth within you." Finley trembled at the thought. "I don't know how," he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm afraid of what I might become." Lumina fluttered closer, her wings casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the forest floor. "Change is not to be feared, dear Finley. It is a part of life, like the turning of the seasons. You will find strength in places you never looked before." With that, Lumina tapped Finley gently on the nose, and a tiny spark leaped from her fingertip, settling into the core of his being. Finley felt a tingling sensation, as if his very essence was being gently stirred. The days that followed were filled with subtle transformations. Finley found himself venturing further from his familiar trails, drawn by an unexplainable pull towards new experiences. The forest, in its infinite beauty, seemed to open up to him in ways he had never noticed. The vibrant tapestry of life, with its chattering squirrels and melodious birds, filled him with a newfound sense of wonder. One afternoon, while exploring a sun-dappled glen he had never seen before, Finley encountered a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle was known throughout the forest for his patience and deep understanding. The tortoise moved slowly, but his mind was sharp and quick. "Ah, young Finley," Thistle greeted, his voice deep and resonant like the distant roll of thunder. "I've been expecting you." Finley blinked in surprise. "You have?" Thistle nodded, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "Change is afoot, and you are part of it. Tell me, what do you see around you?" Finley looked around, taking in the vibrant hues of the wildflowers, the gentle sway of the tall grasses, and the soft hum of bees flitting from bloom to bloom. "I see beauty," he replied softly, "and life and possibility." Thistle smiled, a slow, wise smile. "Exactly. The world is full of possibilities, just as you are. Do not fear what you might become, for it is as natural as the flowers growing towards the sun." With each passing day, Finley found it easier to embrace the changes within him. The spark that Lumina had ignited continued to grow, filling him with a warmth that dispelled his fears. He discovered he had a knack for finding hidden paths and secret nooks within the forest, places where the magic of the woods was at its most vibrant and alive. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Finley encountered a young rabbit named Clover. Clover was adventurous and unafraid, always eager to explore the world beyond her burrow. She had heard tales of Finley's transformation and was curious to meet him. "Hello, Finley," Clover chirped, her eyes bright with excitement. "I've heard you're on a journey of change. How do you find it?" Finley considered her question, feeling the gentle pull of the magic within him. "At first, it was daunting," he confessed, "but now I see it as a journey of discovery. I've learned to trust in the unknown, to find joy in the unexpected." Clover nodded, her whiskers twitching with understanding. "Change is like the seasons, isn't it? Each one brings something new and wonderful." As they talked, the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, and the forest settled into a peaceful lullaby of night sounds. Finley realized that the fear that once gripped him had been replaced by a quiet confidence. He had grown, not just in understanding the forest, but in understanding himself. One day, as autumn gave way to winter, Finley found himself standing at the edge of a meadow, the snowflakes gently kissing his fur. He felt the magic of the forest humming within him, a reminder of the journey he had taken and the friends who had helped him along the way. And so, under the watchful eye of the moon, Finley lifted his head and let out a joyful bark, a sound that echoed through the whispering woods. It was a song of gratitude, of transformation, and of the beauty that lay in embracing change. As Finley turned to make his way back to his cozy den, he knew that he was not the same fox who once feared the unknown. He was a creature of the forest, a part of its endless cycle of growth and renewal. And with each step he took, he carried with him the warmth of Lumina's spark, the wisdom of Thistle, and the adventurous spirit of Clover, forever changed, yet ever the same. In the end, Finley learned that the magic of transformation was not just in the world around him, but within him all along. And with each new day, he embraced his place in the tapestry of life, knowing that change was not something to fear, but a beautiful dance to be cherished. Story 33. On the edge of the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled in a misty valley where rolling hills met ancient forests, there stood a quaint little cottage. It had a thatched roof and lavender shutters that framed its windows, through which flickered the glow of a cozy hearth. Inside lived a young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Lila was known and loved for her kindness and gentle heart, and she had a penchant for exploring the hidden nooks and crannies of the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun peeked over the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila decided to embark on her favorite adventure, a walk through the whispering woods. These woods were known for their ancient trees, whose leaves rustled like whispers in the wind, telling stories of old to those who cared to listen. As she wandered along the winding path, her boots crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves, she stumbled upon something curious. At the base of a towering oak tree, half buried beneath a pile of acorns, lay a peculiar object. It was a small, beautifully carved wooden box, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to dance under the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Lila brushed away the leaves and acorns, gently lifting the box into her hands. It felt warm and welcoming, almost as if it were alive. As she opened the lid, the air around her shimmered with a soft golden glow. There, inside the box, lay a single delicate feather, its iridescent hues shifting between shades of teal and violet. The feather seemed to hum with a gentle energy, and as Lila touched it, she felt a comforting warmth spread through her fingertips, like the embrace of an old friend. Unbeknownst to Lila, this feather was no ordinary plume. It was a feather of wisdom, a rare and magical artifact that granted its bearer the ability to understand the language of the forest. With this newfound ability, Lila could hear the voices of the woodland creatures, each with their own unique stories and personalities. As she continued her walk through the forest, Lila met several forest denizens who soon became her friends. There was Oliver, the wise old owl, whose feathers were as soft as moonlight and eyes as deep as the night sky. His gentle hoots were full of ancient knowledge. Then there was Willow, the playful squirrel whose bushy tail flicked with excitement as she chattered about the best hiding spots for acorns. And finally there was Fennel, the shy but kind-hearted deer, who guided Lila with a serene grace through the densest parts of the forest. One day, as they gathered beneath the shade of the grandmother tree, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, they spoke of a troubling matter. A mysterious fog had begun to spread through the whispering woods, silencing the trees' whispers and causing the forest creatures to lose their way. The once vibrant and lively forest was becoming eerily quiet, and the air felt heavy with a sorrowful stillness. The creatures turned to Lila, hopeful that her gift could help unravel the mystery of the fog. It was a challenge that required more than mere bravery. It needed understanding, empathy, and wisdom. Lila pondered the problem, her fingers gently tracing the feather she had found. With Oliver's guidance, she listened closely to the whispers of the trees, tuning her heart to their rhythm. She learned that the fog was born of forgotten stories, tales untold, and memories buried beneath the rush of time. The forest yearned for its stories to be remembered, for its history to be cherished and passed on. Together with her friends, Lila began to weave a tapestry of tales, collecting stories from every corner of the forest. She listened to the rustling leaves that spoke of the wind's travels, to the babbling brook that sang of ages past, and to the birds that carried melodies from lands afar. Each story, once shared, began to lift the fog that clouded the forest, restoring its vibrant spirit and harmonious symphony. As the last tendrils of fog dissipated, revealing the sun-dappled beauty of the whispering woods once more, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The forest was alive with song and laughter, echoing with the gratitude of its inhabitants. The feather of wisdom had not only allowed her to understand the language of the forest, but had taught her the importance of listening, understanding, and cherishing the world around her. With the mystery of the fog solved, Lila returned to her cottage at the edge of Willow Brook, the magical feather tucked safely in her pocket. She had discovered that true magic lay not just in extraordinary artifacts, but in the connections she forged and the stories she shared. Her journey had changed her, filling her heart with a newfound appreciation for the simple wonders of life. And so, each evening, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the valley, Lila would sit by her window, watching the shadows dance across the hills. She knew that the whispering woods would always be there, waiting with open arms, full of stories yet to be discovered and shared. And with a smile, she would drift to sleep, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the forest's whispers, knowing she was part of something truly magical. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a forest where the whispers of leaves carried secrets from long ago, there existed a delicate harmony among the creatures who called it home. This forest, cradled between rolling hills and a meandering river, was a tapestry of greens and golds, a place where sunlight danced through the branches and shadows played gently on the forest floor. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm was a wise old tortoise named Marin, whose shell bore the map of the stars and whose eyes twinkled like the night sky. Marin had lived through countless seasons, each bringing its own symphony of sounds and colors, and he was known as the keeper of stories, the guardian of the wisdom passed down through generations. Marin shared his grove with a myriad of creatures who thrived in the forest's embrace. There were the singing sparrows that wove melodies into the morning mist, the industrious beavers who sculpted their lodges from the river's bounty, and the curious deer who pranced through the dappled sunlight, their hooves barely whispering on the soft earth. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its cloak of amber and russet leaves, a gentle wind carried something unusual. It was a whispering breeze, soft yet insistent, that spoke of imbalance, a subtle shift in the forest's harmony that troubled Marin's heart. He gathered the creatures of the forest beneath the great oak, whose branches stretched wide like welcoming arms. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, a fragrance that mingled with the sweet decay of fallen leaves. The creatures assembled, their eyes reflecting the concern in Marin's wise gaze. Among them was a young fox named Tira, whose curiosity was matched only by her kindness. Her russet fur gleamed like fire in the sun, and her eyes sparkled with determination. She was the first to speak, her voice a soft melody against the rustling leaves. "Marin," she began, "what troubles our forest? I feel it in the earth beneath my paws and hear it in the whispering wind." Marin nodded, his gaze sweeping over the gathered animals. "There is a disturbance, my friends. The balance that sustains our home is shifting. We must seek the source and restore harmony before the first snow blankets our world." The creatures murmured their agreement, and together they set off on a journey through the heart of the forest. The path they walked was a tapestry of moss and fern, with sunlight weaving golden threads through the canopy above. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the gentle hum of bees, a symphony of life that underscored their quest. As they journeyed deeper, the forest revealed its secrets. They passed ancient trees whose bark was etched with the stories of time, and crystal-clear streams that sang with the laughter of water spirits. Yet amid the beauty, there were signs of the imbalance, a brook that trickled instead of babbled, leaves that fell too soon from weary branches. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where the seasons danced in a timeless circle around the ancient Stone of Seasons. This stone, smooth and cool beneath their touch, was the forest's heart, a magical nexus that balanced the cycles of nature. It was here they found the source of the disturbance. A fallen branch lay across the Stone of Seasons, casting a shadow that disrupted the flow of magic. The creatures gathered around, their eyes wide with understanding. "We must remove the branch," said Tira, her voice like a soft breeze. "Together, we can restore the balance." The creatures worked in harmony, each lending their strength and wisdom. The beavers, with their nimble teeth, gnawed at the branch, while the sparrows lifted it with their wings, and the deer used their antlers to guide it away. Marin watched, his heart swelling with pride as the creatures united in purpose. With a final heave, the branch was moved, and the Stone of Seasons shimmered with renewed life. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it the scent of blossoms and the promise of renewal. The leaves rustled in applause, and the brook resumed its joyful song. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the creatures gathered once more beneath the great oak. Marin spoke, his voice a soothing balm in the twilight. "We have restored the balance, my friends. Let this be a reminder that we are all connected, and that together we can overcome any challenge." The creatures nodded, their hearts filled with a sense of peace and unity. The forest, now in harmony, embraced them in its gentle embrace, the stars above twinkling with approval. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. The forest, with its timeless wisdom and eternal beauty, continued to thrive, a testament to the power of friendship and the delicate balance of nature. As the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the earth in a quilt of white, the forest lay serene and peaceful, a world where magic and reality danced in perfect harmony. And in the heart of it all, Marin the tortoise smiled, knowing that the stories of the forest would continue to be told for generations to come. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between the ancient oaks and the murmuring streams, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This was no ordinary village, for it was cradled in the arms of magic, where the morning dew sparkled like tiny rainbows, and the air was always fragrant with the scent of lavender and wild honey. The villagers of Willowbrook were a kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with the magical creatures that called the forest home. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila. With her bright eyes and curious mind, Lila had a knack for noticing things others might overlook. Her best friend, a gentle rabbit named Thistle, often accompanied her on her adventures through the woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of peach and gold, Lila noticed something peculiar. The usually serene village was astir with whispers of strange happenings. The lanterns that lined the cobblestone streets flickered at odd hours, casting shadows that danced like mischievous pixies. The babbling brook that sang its way through the village suddenly fell silent at night, and even the wise old owl, who perched atop the ancient oak, seemed unusually restless. Curiosity tingled in Lila's fingertips. She set out to uncover the mystery, with Thistle bounding eagerly by her side. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wren, the village's wisest elder, known for her vast knowledge of magical lore. Granny Wren sat in her rocking chair by the fireside, her knitting needles clicking softly. Her eyes twinkled like stars as she welcomed Lila and Thistle with a warm smile. "Ah, my dear Lila," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I've been expecting you." Lila leaned forward, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Granny Wren, something strange is happening in the village," she began. "The lanterns flicker, the brook falls silent, and the owl seems uneasy. Do you know why?" Granny Wren paused, her fingers dancing nimbly over her knitting. "Magic is woven into the very fabric of our world," she explained. "When it goes awry, it often leaves clues for those who know how to look." With newfound resolve, Lila thanked Granny Wren and set off to gather more clues. She wandered through the village, observing the patterns and listening to the whispers of the trees. Thistle, with his keen senses, sniffed the air, his nose twitching with excitement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of twilight, Lila and Thistle made their way to the clearing where the brook began its journey. There, they found a group of tiny, luminescent creatures flitting about, a gathering of fireflies. But these were no ordinary fireflies. Their glow pulsed in a rhythmic pattern, almost as if they were trying to communicate. Lila watched intently, her heart beating in time with the gentle hum of the fireflies. She realized they were forming shapes, telling a story with their dance. With Thistle's help, she deciphered the message. It was a plea for help. The fireflies led them deeper into the forest, where they discovered a small, magical pond. Its surface shimmered with an otherworldly light, but it was troubled, with ripples disturbing its mirrored calm. At the edge of the pond stood a willow tree, its branches swaying gently, as if in distress. Understanding dawned on Lila. "The magic here is unbalanced," she whispered to Thistle. "We must help restore it." At that moment, a soft voice echoed through the clearing. It was Willow, the guardian of the pond, a gentle spirit who appeared as a shimmering, ethereal figure. "I have been waiting for someone with a pure heart to aid me," she said. "The magic that sustains our world is waning, and the balance must be restored." Lila nodded, her resolve unwavering. "How can we help?" Willow explained that the magic of the pond was linked to the harmony of the forest. To restore balance, they needed to retrieve a rare flower known as the moon blossom, which only bloomed under the light of the full moon, deep within the enchanted glade. With Willow's guidance, Lila and Thistle set off for the glade. The path was lit by the silvery glow of the full moon, casting a gentle light that guided their way. As they journeyed, Lila marveled at the beauty of the forest at night, the leaves whispering secrets, the stars twinkling like distant dreams. When they reached the enchanted glade, Lila gasped at the sight before her. The moon blossoms were in full bloom, their petals glowing with a soft, silvery light. Carefully she picked one, feeling its magic thrumming gently in her palm. With the moon blossom in hand, they returned to the pond, where Willow awaited them. As Lila placed the flower at the water's edge, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, and the pond shimmered with renewed brilliance. The ripples calmed, and the willow tree's branches swayed with joy. "Thank you, dear Lila," Willow said, her voice a melody that filled the night. "You have restored the balance and brought peace to our world." As Lila and Thistle made their way back to the village, they were greeted by the soft glow of the lanterns, now steady and warm. The brook sang once more, and the wise old owl hooted a gentle lullaby. Back at her cozy cottage, Lila snuggled into bed, Thistle curled up beside her. As she drifted into dreams, she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the magic of Willowbrook was safe and sound. In the heart of the whispering woods, the villagers slept soundly, their dreams woven with the gentle magic that embraced them. And as the stars twinkled above, the forest whispered a story of friendship, courage, and the gentle power of a kind heart. And so, in the tranquil embrace of the night, all was well in the magical world of Willowbrook. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a world where magic danced on the breeze, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was an inquisitive soul, with eyes that sparkled like emeralds and a heart full of wonder. Little did she know that her life was about to be forever changed by a most extraordinary journey. Deep within the ancient forest that bordered her village, a forgotten path wound its way through tangled vines and towering trees. It was here, on a lazy summer afternoon, that Willow stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering orb nestled amidst the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. As her fingers brushed against its smooth surface, the orb pulsed with a warm golden light, beckoning her closer. In that moment, Willow felt a strange connection, as if the orb had been waiting for her all along. Without hesitation, she cradled it in her hands, and the world around her began to shift and swirl. Suddenly, she found herself transported to a realm unlike anything she had ever imagined, a hidden world within the very heart of the forest. This enchanted place was alive with magic, where every tree, every flower, and every creature seemed to possess a voice of its own. Willow's eyes widened in wonder as she beheld the majesty of this secret realm, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of trepidation. As she explored this newfound world, Willow encountered beings both wondrous and strange. There were the whispering willows, whose leaves whispered ancient secrets to those who listened closely. The wise old oak stood as a guardian, offering guidance and wisdom to all who sought it. And the mischievous sprites danced among the wildflowers, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the wind. It was here that Willow met her first true friend, a curious creature named Moss. With his mossy fur and twinkling eyes, Moss became her constant companion, guiding her through the wonders of this magical realm. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden glades and discovering the secrets of the forest. As the days turned to weeks, Willow began to unravel the mystery of the glimmering orb. She learned that it was a powerful talisman, imbued with the essence of the forest itself. With Moss's help, she harnessed its magic, using it to communicate with the beings of the hidden world and to heal the wounds inflicted upon the land by those who failed to appreciate its beauty. Through her journey, Willow experienced a profound transformation. She grew from a wide-eyed child into a compassionate guardian, dedicated to preserving the delicate balance between the natural and magical realms. Her friendship with Moss blossomed into an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed such connections were impossible. Yet, even as Willow reveled in the wonders of this hidden world, she could not shake the feeling that a greater purpose awaited her. The wise old oak revealed that a dark force threatened to consume the enchanted forest, driven by greed and a disregard for the sanctity of life. With the glimmering orb as her guide, Willow and Moss embarked on a perilous quest to uncover the source of this darkness and protect the very heart of the magical realm. Their journey took them through treacherous paths where they faced challenges that tested their courage and resilience. In the depths of an ancient cavern, they encountered a powerful sorcerer, consumed by his lust for power. He sought to harness the magic of the forest for his own selfish desires, caring little for the consequences his actions would bring. In a climactic battle, Willow and Moss stood against this force of darkness, their friendship and unwavering determination the only weapons they possessed. With the glimmering orb pulsing brightly, Willow tapped into the very essence of the forest, channeling its ancient magic to counter the sorcerer's wicked spells. In the end, their bond and the purity of their intentions prevailed. The sorcerer's dark magic was undone, and the enchanted forest was restored to its former glory. As the last echoes of the battle faded, Willow and Moss stood side by side, their friendship forged in fire and stronger than ever before. From that day on, Willow became a guardian of the hidden world, using the power of the glimmering orb to protect and nurture the magic that flowed through the forest's veins. She shared her knowledge with others, teaching them to respect and cherish the natural wonders that surrounded them. And though her journey had been one of transformation and growth, Willow never forgot the wonder she had felt on that fateful day when she first discovered the glimmering orb. For it was that sense of childlike curiosity and open-heartedness that had guided her every step of the way, reminding her that true magic resided not in the talisman itself, but in the bonds of friendship and the beauty of the world around her. As the embers of the evening fire danced in the twilight, Willow would often sit beside Moss, sharing tales of their adventures with the creatures of the forest. And in those moments, the magic lived on, weaving its way into the hearts of all who listened, reminding them that even in the darkest of times, the light of wonder and friendship would always shine through. Story 37. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. Let's head to the whispering glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble. The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the whispering glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms. Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 38. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly with the breeze and the dappled sunlight danced upon the forest floor, there lay a little village known as Willow Hollow. It was a place woven from dreams, where cottages were nestled in cozy nooks, and every corner seemed to hum with a gentle magic. The villagers were kind and gentle folk who lived in harmony with the woodland creatures and the mystical beings that called the forest home. One late autumn evening, as the crimson and gold leaves twirled lazily to the ground, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold in Willow Hollow. The village's beloved fountain, which stood proudly in the center of the cobblestone square, had mysteriously stopped flowing. The fountain was no ordinary one. It was a gift from the forest itself, imbued with a gentle magic that kept its water crystal clear and ever-flowing, even in the coldest of winters. The villagers gathered around, their breath puffing into the chilly air as they murmured their concerns. Among them was a wise old woman named Marigold, known for her deep understanding of the mystical ways of the forest. Her eyes, crinkled with age but bright with curiosity, surveyed the silent fountain thoughtfully. Beside her was a young boy named Finn, who had an insatiable curiosity and a heart full of kindness. Finn tugged at Marigold's sleeve, his eyes wide with wonder. "Why has the fountain stopped, Marigold? Do you think the forest is upset with us?" Marigold chuckled softly, her voice warm and reassuring. "Ah, young Finn, the forest seldom holds grudges, but when it speaks, it is wise to listen. Let us see what we can discover together." With Marigold leading the way, the villagers returned to their cozy homes, leaving the mystery of the fountain to the wise woman and her eager young apprentice. As twilight settled over the village, casting a silvery sheen over the leaves, Marigold and Finn set off towards the heart of the whispering woods. The path was lined with ancient trees, their gnarled branches forming a canopy overhead. The air was rich with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet tang of pine. As they walked, the sounds of the forest wrapped around them like a familiar lullaby, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the gentle babbling of the brook that wound its way alongside the path. After a while, they arrived at a small clearing, where a shimmering pool of water lay hidden amongst the ferns. It was here that the fountain's magic was said to originate, but to their surprise, the pool was as still as glass, its surface reflecting the stars that had begun to twinkle in the night sky. "Something is amiss," Marigold murmured, bending down to touch the water. It was cool to the touch, yet lacked the usual vibrancy of the magical flow. "We must find the source of this silence." As they pondered, a gentle rustling caught their attention. From the shadows emerged a creature with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that glowed with an inner light. It was Leora, the guardian of the Whispering Woods, a wise and gentle fox who watched over the forest and its magical secrets. "Dear Marigold, young Finn," Leora greeted them in a voice like the rustle of leaves. "I sense your concern, and I too am puzzled by the fountain's quietude." Marigold nodded, her brow furrowed in thought. "Leora, do you know of any recent changes in the forest that might have caused this?" The fox sat back on her haunches, her tail curling around her paws. "There have been whispers among the trees of a disturbance near the old willow grove, a peculiar energy, unfamiliar and fleeting." Finn's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Could that be where the problem lies?" Leora nodded, her expression thoughtful. "It is possible. The old willow grove holds many secrets, and perhaps one has been awakened." With a gentle nudge, Leora led them deeper into the woods, the path illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies that danced among the branches. The air grew cooler, tinged with the scent of moss and damp earth, and soon they arrived at the edge of the willow grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks thick and twisted, draped with curtains of silvery leaves that shimmered in the moonlight. As they stepped into the grove, a soft sigh seemed to ripple through the air, as if the willows themselves were whispering secrets. In the center of the grove stood a willow larger than the rest, its branches sweeping low to the ground. Beneath its boughs lay a small shimmering orb, pulsating with a soft, ethereal light. Finn approached it cautiously, his heart beating with a mixture of excitement and awe. Marigold knelt beside the orb, her fingers brushing its surface. "This is a fragment of pure forest magic," she said softly, "but it seems to be caught in a delicate balance, neither here nor there." Leora nodded, her eyes wise and knowing. "It must have been disturbed somehow, perhaps by a shift in the energies of the forest. We must find a way to restore its harmony." Finn thought for a moment, recalling the stories he had heard about the magical creatures of the forest. "Maybe the creatures who dwell here can help us," he suggested. "After all, they know the forest better than anyone." With newfound determination, they set off to seek the help of the forest's inhabitants. They visited the burrows of the wise old owls, who listened carefully to their tale. They spoke with the gentle deer, who nodded thoughtfully and promised to keep watch. They even sought the counsel of the river sprites, who danced upon the water's surface and shared their insights. As they gathered the wisdom of the forest, a plan began to form. The creatures agreed to lend their magic to the orb, each contributing a part of their unique essence to restore its balance. The owls offered their knowledge, the deer their grace, and the sprites their light. Together, under the watchful gaze of the ancient Willow, they worked to weave the magic back into harmony. The orb glowed brighter, its light growing steadier with each contribution. Finally, with a gentle hum, the orb shone with a warm golden light, and a soft breeze rustled through the grove, carrying with it a sense of peace and renewal. Marigold smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "You have done well, Finn. Together, we have restored the magic of the fountain." Finn beamed with pride, his eyes shining with joy. "We couldn't have done it without everyone's help." Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling with warmth. "Indeed, it is the strength of friendship and collaboration that weaves the strongest magic." With their task complete, they returned to Willow Hollow, where the villagers greeted them with cheers and laughter. The fountain once again sang its merry tune, its water sparkling like liquid starlight in the moon's gentle glow. As the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Marigold and Finn sat by the fountain, their hearts light and content. Above them, the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, a reminder of the wonder and magic that lay in the world around them. And so, as the night deepened and the world hushed, Willow Hollow drifted into dreams, cradled in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where mysteries were solved with wisdom and magic was woven with kindness and friendship. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where's this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 51. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willow. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willow was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 52. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness." With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. "To find the quill," Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, You must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you. Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. "The quill chooses those who write with their hearts," it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees were as old as time itself, a gentle symphony of life played out among the rustling leaves and whispering winds. Here, the air was thick with the fragrance of pine and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, while the ground was a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves, cool and inviting beneath bare feet. This enchanted forest was a realm where reality and magic intertwined seamlessly. The trees were not just trees. They were wise old sentinels that stood watch over the land, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. In their branches, birds of every color sang melodious songs, their notes blending harmoniously with the gentle babble of a nearby brook, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal under the dappled sunlight. In this hidden world, creatures of all shapes and sizes lived in a delicate balance, each playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a small, kind-hearted squirrel named Finn. With fur the color of autumn leaves and bright, curious eyes, Finn was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and quick wit. Finn lived in a cozy nest high in the branches of an old oak tree, its gnarled limbs reaching out like welcoming arms. His home was filled with the comforting scents of acorns and dried herbs, a testament to his careful preparation for the colder months. Each morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn would venture out to greet the day, his heart filled with the simple joy of being alive. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was ablaze with the fiery colors of the season, Finn noticed something unusual. The leaves, which normally fluttered to the ground in a gentle cascade, seemed to be swirling up into the air, caught in a dance with the wind. It was as if they were alive, moving with a purpose and grace that defied explanation. Intrigued, Finn decided to follow the path of the dancing leaves. As he darted through the underbrush, the cool breeze ruffled his fur, carrying with it the earthy scent of the forest. The leaves led him to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a group of woodland creatures had gathered. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stag, his antlers crowned with a halo of mist that shimmered like stardust. His presence commanded a quiet reverence, and the creatures around him watched with wide eyes, their breaths held in anticipation. The stag, whose name was Eldrin, was the guardian of the Whispering Woods, a being of immense wisdom and gentle strength. With a voice that resonated with the deep timber of the forest, he spoke to the gathered creatures. "The time has come," Eldrin announced, his words weaving through the air like a soothing melody. "The cycle of the seasons is upon us, and with it, the magic that sustains our world. We must come together to maintain the harmony that allows us all to thrive." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. He understood the balance of the forest was a delicate one, reliant on the cooperation and understanding of all its inhabitants. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a truth as old as the forest itself. As Eldrin continued, he explained the task at hand. The winds of change are strong this year, and they bring with them the whispers of ancient magic. We must harness this magic to ensure the forest remains vibrant and alive through the coming winter. With a nod of understanding, the creatures set to work. The birds took to the skies, their wings cutting through the crisp air as they spread seeds across the forest floor, ensuring new life would spring forth when the seasons turned. The rabbits and foxes worked together to clear fallen branches, creating cozy burrows and dens to shelter them from the cold. Even the smallest insects played their part, tending to the soil and helping it breathe. Finn, with his nimble paws and quick mind, was tasked with gathering the leaves that danced through the air. He scampered to and fro, collecting them in great armfuls and placing them in a pile at the center of the clearing. As the pile grew, it shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, infused with the magic that Eldrin had spoken of. Once all the tasks were completed, Eldrin stepped forward, his hooves silent on the forest floor. With a graceful dip of his head, he touched the pile of leaves with his antlers. A brilliant light erupted from the center, spreading outwards in a wave of warmth and energy that enveloped the entire forest. Finn watched in awe as the light danced through the trees, illuminating every leaf and branch with a golden glow. It was a sight of breathtaking beauty, a testament to the power of unity and the magic that flowed through the natural world. As the light faded, a deep sense of peace settled over the forest. The creatures, their hearts filled with contentment, returned to their homes, knowing that they had played a part in maintaining the balance of their world. Finn, too, made his way back to his nest, his feet crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. As he settled down in his cozy home, he felt a warmth in his chest, a quiet satisfaction that came from being part of something greater than himself. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its inhabitants living in harmony with one another and the world around them. The magic of the seasons continued its eternal dance, guided by the wisdom and friendship of those who called the Whispering Woods their home. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the moon cast a gentle glow over the land, Finn drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that the forest and its magic would always endure. Story 56. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance. With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the Grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the Grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the Grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The Grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The Grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the Grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the Grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the Grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The Grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the Grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 58. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek? Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders. The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart. As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. You are part of the forest, Leora, the spirit said, and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world. With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night, they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does. And you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 91. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Journey. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. It was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn till dusk. But what truly set Elderglen apart was the edge of the forest that bordered it, a forest known as the Whispering Woods. Legends spoke of the Whispering Woods as a place where the trees could talk and the streams sang lullabies. It was said that within its depths lay secrets and wonders that had been there since time immemorial. The villagers treated the forest with reverence, often leaving offerings of honey and bread at its edge to appease the spirits within. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as bright as the morning sun. She had grown up listening to tales of the Whispering Woods, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the magical creatures and hidden worlds that might exist just beyond the tree line. Lyra was kind-hearted and curious, traits that endeared her to everyone she met. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lyra sat by the edge of the forest, her favorite spot. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of light on the forest floor. She hummed a tune as she wove daisy chains, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle rustling interrupted her reverie. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small, fox-like animal with fur that shimmered like moonlight. The creature approached cautiously, its eyes wide and curious. Lyra held her breath, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Slowly, she extended her hand, palm up, as if inviting the creature to trust her. To her delight, it nuzzled against her fingers, its fur soft as silk. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "What brings you here?" The creature, as if understanding her, tilted its head towards the forest, then looked back at Lyra. It was as though it was asking her to follow. Intrigued and unable to resist the pull of adventure, Lyra stood up and brushed the leaves from her skirt. She glanced back at the village, where smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and then at the mysterious creature. Determination set in her eyes as she decided to follow her new friend into the heart of the Whispering Woods. As they ventured deeper, the light grew dimmer, filtered through a canopy of intertwined branches. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. Lyra marveled at the sights around her. Mushrooms that glowed softly in the shadows, flowers that seemed to hum with their own melody, and streams that trickled with laughter. The creature led her to a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, even though the sun had not yet set. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted and curled like the tendrils of a wise old sage. It was here that Lyra discovered the heart of the forest's magic, a small, luminous stone nestled among the roots, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone's smooth surface. As she did, a warmth spread through her, as though she had been touched by the sun's rays. The forest around her seemed to awaken, the whispers of the trees growing louder, filling her ears with tales of old. It was then that Lyra understood the true nature of the Whispering Woods. This was a place of stories, a tapestry woven from the dreams and hopes of all who had walked its paths. And the stone was its heart, the keeper of its secrets, the source of its enchanting song. Her new friend, the moonlit creature, watched her with knowing eyes, as if it had been waiting for someone like Lyra to come along. With a gentle nudge, it encouraged her to take the stone, a gift from the forest, to one who would cherish and protect its stories. As Lyra held the stone close, she felt a change within her, a newfound understanding of the world and her place in it. She realized that every story, every whisper of the woods, was a part of something greater, a connection that bound all living things together. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked her friend and the forest for their gift. She promised to return and share the tales of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that its magic would never fade. When she finally emerged from the forest, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening lanterns. Lyra felt different, as though she carried a piece of the forest within her. She knew that her journey had changed her, opening her eyes to the beauty and wonder that existed all around. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, Lyra listened to the gentle whispers of the wind. Her heart was at peace, knowing that she was now a part of the Whispering Wood's eternal story. And as she drifted into dreams, the moonlight creature watched over her from the forest's edge, content in the knowledge that its secret was safe with her. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her adventure with the villagers, weaving tales of the magical forest and the wonders it held. Her stories spread far and wide, bringing joy and inspiration to all who heard them. And though many would try to find the heart of the Whispering Woods, it remained hidden, revealing itself only to those who listened with open hearts and minds. Thus, the village of Elderglen thrived, its people forever connected to the magic of the forest. And Lyra, the girl with the moonlit heart, would often return to the clearing, her laughter mingling with the whispers of the woods, ensuring that its stories would live on for generations to come. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember the Whispering Woods and the magic that lies within your own heart. For every story, like a seed, has the power to grow and blossom, weaving a tapestry of wonder that connects us all. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neum, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Neum was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Neum sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Neum set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. Neum, he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony. Neum nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aveline, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Neum, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aveline said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niam, Finbar, and Aveline listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niam and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niam stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aveline stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niam heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. "Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life." With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aveline stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willow. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at Whittle with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Willow was a sprightly little tree, her slender trunk stretching eagerly towards the sun, her vibrant green leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Yet despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and uncertain within. As the seasons changed and the world around her transformed, Willow couldn't help but envy the graceful oaks and stately pines that seemed so self-assured in their growth. She longed to blossom into her truest self, but the path forward remained a mystery, hidden beneath the rich soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow's leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, she was visited by a wise old oak named Narla. Narla's bark was weathered and her branches gnarled, but her eyes shone with a kindly warmth. "Little sapling," Narla said softly, I sense your yearning for growth, yet you resist the very changes that will guide you there. Willow felt a tremor run through her roots. But how can I embrace change when I'm so uncertain of what I'll become? She asked, her leaves quivering. Narla chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. That is the beauty of growth, dear one. We cannot know our destined forms until we surrender to the journey. As if summoned by Narla's words, a shimmering light began to coalesce among the fallen leaves at their roots. From this radiant glow emerged a tiny fairy, her gossamer wings beating rapidly as she hovered before them. I am Lyra, keeper of the woodland magic, the fairy announced in a tinkling voice. I have been sent to aid you, Willow, in your transformation. Willow's eyes widened, and she felt a fluttering of hope within her slender trunk. You'll help me grow? She asked breathlessly. Lyra nodded, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a shower of glittering dust rained down upon Willow. This enchanted pollen will nurture your growth from within, the fairy explained. But you must open yourself to the magic and trust in the wisdom of change. As the pollen settled upon her leaves and sank into her bark, Willow felt a warmth blossoming deep within her core. Tendrils of energy unfurled through her branches, and she could sense the stirrings of something wondrous taking shape. Over the coming moons, Willow underwent a remarkable transformation. Her trunk thickened and grew sturdy, her branches reaching higher and stronger with each passing day. Vibrant blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, their delicate petals releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet the most profound change occurred within Willow's spirit. As she embraced the magic of growth, she found herself shedding her former insecurities, her roots drinking deep of the earth's ancient wisdom. She learned to trust in the eternal cycle of life, to revel in the beauty of each fleeting moment, and to honor the unique path that nature had set before her. Narla and Lyra remained by Willow's side throughout her journey, offering guidance and encouragement when her faith wavered. The wise old oak shared tales of her own growth, reminding Willow that even the mightiest trees had once been but tender saplings. And Lyra's magical presence was a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to bloom. As the seasons turned once more, Willow stood tall and resplendent, her blossoms giving way to a bountiful harvest of fruit. She had blossomed into a magnificent tree, her branches providing shelter and sustenance to all who sought refuge in her welcoming embrace. And though the path of growth had been challenging, Willow now understood that true transformation came not from emulating others, but from embracing one's truest essence. For within each seed lay the potential for boundless beauty, waiting to unfurl beneath the nurturing light of faith and acceptance. From that day forth, Willow resolved to share her hard-won wisdom with all who crossed her path, inspiring others to embark upon their own journeys of growth and self-discovery. And as the woodland magic danced upon the breeze, she knew that she had finally found her place in the eternal rhythm of nature's grand embrace. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willow Brook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In a secluded woodland, cradled between gently rolling hills and a silver-threaded brook, lay a world untouched by time. The air was sweetened with the scent of cedar and pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, while the whisper of leaves in the breeze sang a lullaby known only to those who listened closely. In this enchanted place, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a tapestry of green and brown, as if painted by the forest itself. Thistle had lived many years and had seen the seasons change countless times, each cycle teaching him the delicate balance of nature's rhythm. One crisp autumn morning, as mist clung to the edges of the brook and the world seemed wrapped in a soft, silvery light, Thistle set out on his daily walk. His path led him through a carpet of fallen leaves, their vibrant hues of amber and crimson a cheerful contrast to the muted greens of the underbrush. As he ambled along, his eyes, wise and gentle, took in the subtle shifts of the forest preparing for winter's rest. Alongside Thistle, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin hopped from branch to branch, his bushy tail flickering like a flame in the morning sun. Pippin was young and full of curiosity, his eyes wide with wonder at the world around him. He had befriended Thistle in the early days of spring, drawn to the tortoise's calm demeanor and endless stories of the forest's lore. As they journeyed together, Pippin, with an infectious enthusiasm, asked, "Thistle, how does the forest know when to change? The trees shed their leaves, the air grows cold, and the animals prepare their nests. It seems like magic." Thistle chuckled, a rich sound that rumbled like distant thunder. "Ah, young Pippin, the forest indeed holds its magic, but it is a magic born of wisdom and time. Each creature, each tree has its role, guided by the whispers of the seasons." Their walk took them to the edge of the brook, where the water's surface mirrored the sky's shifting colors, a canvas of blue and white with hints of orange and pink. Here they paused, listening to the gentle babble of the stream as it wound its way through the forest, carrying secrets from the mountains to the sea. Thistle continued, "The forest listens to the wind, to the sun, and even to the stars. It understands when the days grow shorter and the nights longer. The trees, with their deep roots, feel the change in the earth, and they speak to one another through whispers of the soil." Pippin's eyes sparkled with fascination. "Do they really speak, Thistle?" "In their own way, yes," Thistle replied. "The trees share their wisdom, passed down through generations. They tell of storms weathered and sunlight embraced, teaching resilience and patience. Just as I share stories with you, the forest shares its tales with those who choose to listen." As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a hint of winter's chill. The leaves rustled, a soft symphony that joined the brook's song, and in that moment, Pippin felt the harmony of the forest, a living, breathing entity, where each part played its role in a grand, eternal dance. With a newfound understanding, Pippin scampered ahead, eager to share this wisdom with his friends. Thistle watched him go, a fond smile on his lips, knowing that the young squirrel would carry the forest's magic into the future. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle turned back toward his home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, felt alive with possibility. For in this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the ages was entrusted to those who cherished and respected its secrets. And so the forest thrived, a testament to the beauty of balance and the power of friendship, where each creature, great and small, played their part in the wondrous cycle of life. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling in the velvet sky, their light a promise of the dreams yet to come and the stories yet to be told. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, She listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willow Brook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities.